Hope everyone's doing great today. Have Hope you're having a great evening, morning, you know, afternoon, whatever it may be for you. Uh, so yeah, there's a couple things that I want to cover today, and then we'll move on to some fun stuff today. So, the main things we're gonna be talking about is like the end results of the Emergencies Act Inquisition or inquiry, sorry. Uh, we'll be talking about that, and then we'll be talking about the a little bit about the Doug Ford scandal that's currently going on. So that's fun, and then just some other miscellaneous stuff, and then we'll probably move on to fun some fun stuff. So yeah, I guess we'll just start with the Emergencies Act shit. So the unsurprisingly, Pierre Polyev had said, you know, since he like fucking sided with them and like fully in support for them and whatever, he's just like, you know what, they're good guys. They're trying to protect everyone from tyranny, and he said that like it was like a fucking problem that Justin Trudeau created, which is really fucking funny because like we know the reasons on why they were there. Like we talked about that a year ago, and we also talked about it when the fucking inquiry was happening. So let's see what this clown has to say.
The Prime Minister's own Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, said that COVID was a political opportunity. And his former Finance Minister, Bill Bourneau, says...
I mean, he's not actually wrong about the whole, like, situation with the, this being like a political opportunity. It 100% was a political opportunity. Absolutely. Right? And the Conservatives 100% did take advantage from it. I will give them that. Like, there were people who were, understandably upset, right? But they were upset for the stupidest reasons, right? Like, they should have been upset about the fucking government not doing anything like past first wave. Like, they just kind of threw their hands up, being like, well, we don't know what the fuck we're doing, and whatever like that. But like, a lot of these fucking idiots were upset about like the mask mandates that like were already repealed within their provinces by their premiers. A lot of like, and like a lot of other stupid shit like that. Because like we discussed last, or like we've discussed time and time again, I believe it was like 95%, right? 95% of the truckers were completely okay with it, but you had a bunch of fucking morons being like, "Oh no, that's bad." And like the funny thing is like there was like what, like 3 semi trucks there. The rest were in just their fucking shitty Ford that's been lifted up because they're trying to compensate for their small ass dicks, and they can't fucking please their wife. Like, ugh.
That the Prime Minister used vaccines as a wedge issue to divide people.
What?
And thus, a lot of people were so helpless and so desperate, they ended up participating in a protest in Ottawa. This was an emergency that Justin Trudeau...
It was like... It wasn't even a fucking, like, gigantic thing. There was, like, what, maybe, like, a couple thousand people there at most. Like, if there was counter-protest, that they would have been gone within, like, oh, I don't know, say, like, a fucking day or so, because fascists are fucking cowards. They always are. Like, it's silly not to think so.
Created by attacking his own population, by driving up their cost of living, by making it impossible for people to pay their bills and live their...
Cost of living went up after, you idiot.
...their lives in peace. he caused the emergency that unfolded. And then when he caused it, he piled on, he poured more gasoline on the fire with nasty insults, jabbing his finger in the faces of his own citizens, something that even today's report acknowledged contributed to the length and the intensity of the protest.
Justice Rouleau said that he did not accept the organizers' descriptions of the protest as lawful, calm, peaceful, or something resembling
And he's right.
celebration. He wrote that the bigger picture reveals the situation in Ottawa was unsafe and chaotic. Justice Rouleau also found that the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act was justified. Do you accept Justice Rouleau's findings, and do you regret endorsing the Freedom Convoy?
No.
Well,
does
first
not.
of all, your question was typical of CBC, bias again.
Bro, he's really trying to be the fucking Trump. Like, come on, bro. You're not fucking Trump. You're not as charismatic. Like, Trump at least has the fucking charisma to, you know, galvanize a bunch of fucking hogs. This fucking Milhouse looking ass conservative politician has none of that. Like, you're just fucking getting bullied by the fucking libtards and the NDP, and it's really fucking funny. Like, how can anyone take you seriously? You have no charisma. And, like, just fucking chant slogans. Like the thing is, like I'm comparing him to Trump a lot because he's trying to use the same mannerisms as Trump, right? Which is failing horribly. Because, like, you know, Trump, again, is charismatic, and he actually goes out to the fucking places that happen. Like, I don't know how many people heard about it, but, like, well, Biden's going into fucking Ukraine to you know, have a conversation there. He didn't even fucking step foot in Ohio for the incident that happened in Palestine, right? Like the derailment. But when it came down to like Trump is really good at PR, and he knows for a fact that that's a really good PR move to go to attend, right? So it makes him look like he actually gives a shit about the people of Ohio, despite the fact that, you know, he literally doesn't.
Forgot to mention what the report said, which is
What?
more of an effort should have been made by government leaders at all levels during the protest to acknowledge that the majority of protesters were exercising their fundamental democratic rights. What I said before.
Despite the fact that they were literally fucking harassing people that were going by that lived in the area to, I don't know, say like go pick up their kids or go get groceries. They were literally fucking harassing them out of their own decision to wear a fucking mask. Like, what? Like, we've known about this since like last February. And the Emergencies Act inquiry also mentioned that. Like, come on, bro.
Or during and after the protest was that I condemn anyone who behaves badly, breaks laws, or blockades critical infrastructure, while standing on the side of the hardworking people who have suffered so much under 8 years of Justin Trudeau, and we're desperately trying to have their voices.
Bro, like, don't get me wrong. I don't think Justin Trudeau is doing a fantastic job. I think he's doing a passable job, like at serviceable at best, right? But if it was underneath a conservative administration, things would be a lot fucking worse. Like, look at UK, right? Look at, I mean, I believe that both the fucking Republicans and the Democrats are conservative either way, so look at the fucking US, like, a lot of conservative-led, or even, or the instance of, like, say, Italy, fascist-led countries, they had a worse overall, like, recovery effort than, like, even what we did. And, like, don't get me wrong, our fucking recovery is dog shit too. but that mostly comes from the price gouging going on by giant corporations. That has literally nothing to do with fucking Justin Trudeau. And, like, if you're gonna take it out on like the healthcare system, well, all the fucking province, like, it, all the fucking provinces are pretty much run by conservative premiers, so it's natural that it's gonna be dog shit. So it's unsurprising at all.
Is heard against an insulting and divisive prime minister. And
Not
the
even
only
really that
reason that we
divisive,
had
to
this
be honest.
emergency is
Like,
because
very
Justin
fucking
Trudeau
safe.
wanted it to happen.
What?
Because he wanted to distract and divide Canadians from the pain and suffering that he has caused by driving up their cost of living, making it impossible
Come
for our
on,
youth to own.
dog. It has literally nothing to do with that. The cost of living is literally rising. Like, for the most part, gases went down. But it's mostly going on by fucking grocery corporations and CEOs like fucking Galen Weston Jr. and fucking the parasitic class known as landlords. Justin Trudeau has nothing to do with that. Like, don't get me wrong, he can do stuff about it, like, say, adding windfall tax, for example, or making housing completely free. There's that. He could do that, but I doubt he will. But, you know, let's not blame the fucking corporations and landlords, you know. They're fine. And that's not even getting into, like, you know, the fucking gas corporations and, you know, not cleaning up their fucking areas where they were supposed to, and like Alberta giving, what was it, I think like $25 billion of like just free money to oil corporations. So there's that. Let's not talk about that stuff, because that stuff hurts your fifi.
Homes by taxing our working class and by imposing unnecessary and unscientific rules that brought an end to the livelihoods of countless heroes we needed for our economy.
Wait, what? If it was unscientific on, like, putting mask mandates up, for example, or like, say, using vaccines, I mean, we had to use vaccine passports before. That's not unusual. We've done it before. And like some countries won't even let you in if you're not vaccinated against certain things. So like, what? Like, so stupid. And like, saying that there's no fucking science behind that, that's idiotic. Like, but if, you know, literally everywhere fucking did it because we knew the effectiveness of masks and vaccines. That's why they were put in place. And like, most of that shit wasn't even going on when the fucking protest or the convoy fucking morons were in Alberta, like in Coutts or in fucking Ottawa. Like, what? Most of that shit was gone anyways, and enforced by premiers. Like, it just goes to show how much of the Conservative Party is based off of fear, and like tries to like fearmonger and manipulate people through it, right? Like, it's like anything, like any form of like policy that you don't agree with, or whatever the fuck. Oh, it's socialist. Oh, it's this or whatever. Like, yeah, okay, sure. You're just a fucking moron who is afraid of like progress, and you know, wants to go back to the good old days where they could say the N-word. It's like, come on, bro.
Thank you.
Given the release of the Public Order Emergency Commission's report and rising Western alienation, it's clear there is divisions among Canadians. What role has Prime Minister Justin Trudeau played in this division, and how can it be resolved?
He hasn't played a role. He is the division.
What?
His purpose is to divide and conquer. He believes
Wait, what?
that if he can turn Canadians against each other, then they'll forget how miserable life has become after 8 years of his tax hikes, inflation, and out-of-control cost of living.
What? No, dog. Literally everyone. Like, I live in a very conservative area, and like even they don't fucking blame Justin Trudeau for that. At least like not the reasonable people. What? For the most part, a lot of people know that it's fucking price gouging going on from corporations and shit like that. And like, yeah, the inflation and tax hikes suck. And like, it just goes to show you how like the inherent flaws within capitalism. But that's not going to change anytime soon. Because our economy requires a certain amount of people being unemployed, despite the fact that like I think a vast majority, I think like 98% of Canada is employed, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that. So I have no fucking clue what he's talking about. Like Justin Trudeau isn't even fucking divisive. He's like outside of like you know the fucking scandals, like the blackface scandal and like the fucking shit, you know, that like that stuff, yeah, sure, it can be divisive, but like he's like one of the safer options for the Liberal Party to run. Like, what? If we want to talk about like if we literally want to fucking talk about a divisive uh politician who actually holds some form of power, ouch. This fucking idiot. He's drastically unpopular with fucking women and young voters, which have been uh very key to in order for Justin Trudeau to, you know, remain in power. And like you're only servicing like the fringe majority. Like it's so idiotic. Like when you just fucking shout slogans and everything, you'll have the fucking dumbasses who have literally no clue what's going on, or just hate Justin Trudeau for the sake of like hating him. Which don't get me wrong, there are reasons to hate Justin Trudeau, but like the stuff that he can't control, I can't really say I blame him for. Like I could get mad at him for like not fucking introducing windfall tax on these fucking corporations that are making billions of dollars of profits, like say Loblaws for example, who I believe they released uh their quarterly reports not too terribly long ago, and they made, what was it, I think like $25 billion in profits. So like what?
With costs, crime, and corruption
Uh,
raging after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, it's no wonder he wants
yeah,
to
crime
focus
has been
on
up,
him,
guys.
and he wants Canadians fighting with each other. So you can expect him.
I wonder where most of that crime is coming from. Like outside of like the socioeconomic conditions that people fight, or that people have to like commit crimes to do, say like stealing, right? In order to like feed their fucking families and shit. Which yes has been on the rise, but that's because of the fucking price gouging by the grocery chains. But if we're talking about purely like violent crimes, for the most part, those have been down. Like have been going down steadily. Outside of like fucking idiotic hogs who like think they're being like a freedom fighter who's trying to overthrow fucking apartheid state or some shit like that. Like that's just fucking fantasy. Like outside of that, like there's no fucking violent crime. Like the only thing that actually has been is like at most like fucking stealing from say like fucking Walmart or Supersource or Loblaws or some shit like that. Like what? It's because like people can't afford to fucking, you know, feed their families. So guess what? I don't care how virtuous you say you are, you know, if your fucking child's starving or your children are starving, you know, you're gonna do everything you can to provide for them, right?
To continue to divide people by race, region,
Yeah,
vaccine
sure.
status, and any other fault line that he can invent.
Yeah, totally.
Do you have any regrets about calling Ottawa protesters a fringe minority?
They know.
Yeah, I wish I had said that differently. As I look back on that and as I've reflected on it over the past months, not just freshly from this commissioner's report, I wish I had phrased it differently.
Why?
The fact is, there is a very small number of people in this country who deliberately spread misinformation and disinformation that led to Canadians' deaths, that led to excessive hardship in people who believed them.
I wonder which side of the political aisle they are. I wonder. Curious.
I continue to be very, very firm against those individuals. But that is a small subset of people who were just hurting and worried.
He's right.
And wanting to be heard. And as much as I tried to emphasize throughout the time that, of course, we're always going to stand up for freedom of speech and freedom to protest peacefully.
This is why he keeps getting reelected, by the way. This is why.
I wish I hadn't said something that was able to be spread larger. If I had chosen my words a bit careful, been more specific, I think things might have been a bit easier.
Okay.
A year after the Emergencies Act was used to clear anti-vaccine mandate protesters from downtown Ottawa, Commissioner Paul Rouleau delivered his verdict on whether it was justified.
And it was.
Very high threshold required for the invocation of the Act
Was met.
was met. Cabinet had reasonable grounds to believe that there existed a national emergency arising from threats to the security of Canada.
But Rouleau said he didn't reach that conclusion easily and acknowledged reasonable people could come to another one. The act gave police the power to compel tow trucks to move big rigs and freeze some protesters' bank accounts. In his report, Rouleau criticized how the whole protest was handled.
The
As he
response to the
rightfully
Freedom
should.
Convoy
Like, it was a fucking disaster. Like, it was incredibly fucking unorganized. You had fucking, like, literal fucking fascist Nazis there, doing shit that, only made things worse. You had fucking other fringe areas of the fucking country, doing their own fucking thing and smuggling 200 unmarked fully automatic firearms into the country, all that fun shit. So that's cool.
included a series of policing failures.
Also true.
Chided Ottawa
Like, the thing is that Doug Ford did not send the fucking cops in, unsurprisingly, and the police were leaking fucking information to these fucking clowns, and Brenda Lucky, doing a shit job overall. Like, it's not surprising. And, like, cops don't fucking do shit anyways. Like, if this was a, say, even a liberal protest, things would have got a lot more fucking violent than what these fucking idiots had saw. Like, fuck, I wish Justin Trudeau would have taken, like, the actions that Lula did when there was a fucking protest at, like, their main areas. So, literally fucking call them fascists, arrest them, and charge them. But we're not going to do that because we're a bunch of fucking pussies. Like, we did maybe at most, like, the fucking, sentence Pat King, right? And then, like, other fucking organizers, but, like, gives a shit about that, right? There will always be someone else to organize.
police for a lack of proper planning, no proper assessment of intelligence, fighting among themselves and other forces.
Yeah,
and
that was
blamed
really funny.
Ontario's government for its lack of engagement in the crisis. The province says it did act, having earlier declared a provincial emergency. It also froze protester funds. Rouleau also took aim at the Prime Minister's decision to call some protesters a fringe minority, saying it likely inflamed the situation.
I wish I had said that differently. The fact is, there is a very small number of people in this country.
But like, the thing is that he's right. Like, if he fucking makes like, I don't know, like 10 people mad, who gives a shit? Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit about what those people think. Like, in my opinion, there's like, you know, no fucking reason for those idiots to do so.
Who deliberately spread misinformation and disinformation.
He also defended his government's decision to use the act.
We'd gotten to a place where there was no other choice to keep Canadians safe, we felt, than to do this.
But Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says this was an emergency the Prime Minister created.
I condemn anyone who behaves badly, breaks laws, or blockades critical infrastructure.
Yeah, sure.
While standing on the side of the hard.
Sure, that's why you were there, right? That's why you were there with the fucking protesters. You know, being on their side and whatever. Bro, it's like the fucking idiot Congress people that were in fucking the January 6th shit.
Hardworking people who have suffered so much under 8 years of Justin Trudeau and were desperately trying to have their voices heard against an insulting and divisive Prime Minister.
Rouleau's report includes 56 recommendations, some about intelligence sharing and how police respond to protests. The lawyer representing downtown residents and businesses says he hopes police forces have learned a lesson.
I don't think we've really gotten a good apology from the Ottawa Police to the people of Ottawa. You know, I don't think they ever really owned their mistakes.
Are you really surprised though? Like, cops rarely fucking do. Like, I imagine during the fucking inquiry there was a bunch of fucking test lying going on. Like, why wouldn't it be, right?
And Rafi, some of Rouleau's recommendations are about the Emergencies Act itself.
Yeah, for a more modern definition of a public order emergency and less ambivalence on what is a threat to national security. Rouleau goes on to say that he wants a future invocation of the act to force the federal government to turn over any documents leading to that decision to a future commission.
I completely agree. 1000%. It needs to be done for transparency reasons. If not, then they can invoke it for, say, like, I don't know, fucking Indigenous people protesting, you know, a pipeline that's gonna inevitably poison them through their fucking pipelines and shit, or through their fucking water and shit. But, you know, if that's invoked, you know, beat the shit out of them and do whatever the fuck they want, right? Like, I completely agree with that decision. 1000%.
Now, none of these recommendations are enforceable, but today the Prime Minister said he commits to have a plan to tackle them within 6 months, Anita.
Rafi, thank you.
You're welcome.
Today, the Public Order Emergency Commission stated that the very high threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met. He found that what we experienced last year was a national emergency that threatened the security of Canadians. Our job as a government is always to keep people safe, and invoking the Emergencies Act was the necessary thing to do to remove the threat and to protect people. We didn't want to have to invoke the Emergencies Act. It's a measure of last resort. But the risk to personal safety, the risk to livelihoods, and equally, the risk of people losing faith in the rule of law that upholds our society and our freedoms, those risks were real. Responsible leadership
They were.
required us to restore peace and order.
Were.
A year after the Emergencies Act was brought in, the commissioner tasked with finding out whether or not it was appropriate to be invoked came back and said that it was. In a report spanning thousands of pages in 5 volumes, Justice Paul Rouleau found Cabinet had credible and compelling information that there was a threat to the security of Canada. Just one of multiple legal grounds Rouleau found the federal government was justified in using the Emergencies Act. The invocation of the Emergencies Act is a drastic move, Rouleau said, but it is not a dictatorial one. The convoy protest had started in Ottawa in late January 2022, which Rouleau believes started off as lawful, but he states lawful protests had descended into lawlessness, culminating in a national emergency.
After careful reflection, I have concluded that the very high threshold required for the invocation of the Act was met.
During testimony at the Public Order Emergency Commission, convoy organizers routinely stated the hot tubs and bouncy castles that were symbols of the protest showed it was a peaceful and non-violent one. The judge did not accept this assertion, saying violence and harassment from protesters seriously impacted the people of Ottawa. Dysfunction within the Ottawa Police and municipal government and a lack of help from the Ontario provincial government exacerbated the problems, with Rouleau saying the provinces did not have the capability to handle the emergency. If there was better preparation and anticipation for the magnitude of the protest from lower levels of government, Rouleau believed the Emergencies Act would not have needed to be used. The emergency that Canada ultimately faced could likely have been avoided. Unfortunately, it was not. The majority of the measures the federal government brought in within the powers from the Act were found to be reasonable by Rouleau. The most controversial, the freezing of bank accounts, which Rouleau deemed justified. However, he found freezing the insurance of truckers parked in Ottawa to be ineffective and problematic.
Yeah.
Rouleau provided 56 recommendations as a part of his report, the biggest focusing on how police can better handle, gather information, and deal with major events in the future. He also
Doesn't
says
really
all
matter
levels of
because they're still
government
going to
should
spread
study
that
the impact of
information
social
to these
media,
fucking
including
morons.
misinformation and disinformation. He added an additional 21 recommendations on how to fine-tune the Emergencies Act legislation for any potential future use. Justice Rouleau's report provides a big political win for Justin Trudeau, who had maintained in the years since the Emergencies Act was brought in.
The thing is that, I think they should, update the act itself, like, right away. But I don't think that's going to happen, right?
That it was the appropriate thing to do. We'll hear from the Prime Minister later this afternoon when he will respond to the report. Mackenzie Gray, Global News, Ottawa.
Thirsty.
Thank you for joining us for this extended breaking news coverage of the report looking into last winter's use of the Emergencies Act. We, of course, are watching for all reaction to Justice Paul Rouleau's report. Later this afternoon, we will hear from the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, set to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We, of course, will take you live there. Also, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will speak right after that, and we do expect to hear from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh in the near future. So, of course, we'll have that all covered for you. But this is just breaking. Just moments ago, the Commissioner of the Public Order Emergency Commission, Paul Rouleau, delivered the report's key findings. Take a listen.
After careful reflection, I have concluded that the very high threshold required for the invocation of the Act was met. In particular, for reasons that I discuss in detail in the report, I have concluded that when the decision was made to invoke the Act on February 14th, 2022, Cabinet had reasonable grounds to believe that there existed a national emergency arising from threats to the security of Canada that necessitated the taking of special temporary measures. I do not come to this conclusion easily, as I do not consider the factual basis for it to be overwhelming. Reasonable and informed people could reach a different conclusion than the one I have arrived at.
Okay. Hello. go, gang.
Reasonable.
Everybody is just digging in there. There we have, of course,
And
helping
informed.
with our coverage today, the new host of Power and Politics, David Cochran, and as well senior reporter Janice McGregor. They've both been digging into this report. 2,000 pages, 5 volumes. That's why you saw their head down when we came to them, because they are still digging into this. So Janice, let me start with you. You're down in the lockup, so that's where people get to see this ahead of time, to read some of this massive report. So start to break it down for myself and for viewers.
Yeah, I think it's important to sort of see what he has found in this report in a bigger context. He placed it in a historical context. Some of his criticisms of government are for the failure to anticipate that coming out of pandemic. He talked about how this is something they've seen with earlier pandemics. You could expect a certain amount of civil unrest. And
He's
one
right.
of his kind of very general critiques is that, look, you should have anticipated something like this happening. But on the specific kind of legal stuff, I was really listening to his remarks just a few minutes ago to see what he would say in terms of other things we know are before the courts right now, the official kind of challenge to the government's invocation brought by civil liberties groups. I think it's really important to understand that when he says in this report that he finds that it was sort of appropriate for the government to invoke the act, this is not binding on the finding of any other courts. That's not what this process was. It's based on his own views, his own assessments. And he also said, and I think this is also important to understand in the spirit of sort of recognizing that a lot of very passionate, even divisive arguments were brought forward as part of this process. He says he didn't consider the facts to be overwhelming in this case. Reasonable people could arrive at a different conclusion. It'll be interesting as reaction unfolds this afternoon to see the extent to which people who disagree fundamentally with where he landed kind of cling to those statements and want to capitalize on them as saying it isn't self-evidence, that there aren't things to criticize the Trudeau government for in all of this. I think the other thing I just will take note of is that a lot of kind of when you tuck into the 56 recommendations, some of the most valuable stuff, the stuff that will live on and become action to-do lists for the Trudeau government going forward, have to do with the legislation itself. He has a lot of suggestions about how to improve the Emergencies Act, how to make it more fit for the times, how intelligence agencies should adopt and become more fit for the times, and why this process wasn't as good as it could have been in terms of transparency, in terms of documentation. He notes that the Order in Council was written without consultation. And in the future, if you're going to appoint someone to run an inquiry like this, you know, they should be brought in to the wording of sort of that mandate given. So there is a lot here we continue to tuck into it. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just on that point, because I know you're going to get to some other failures. I just want to continue on that theme just for a second. We're going to keep going, so there's a lot to dig into. One thing about the Emergencies Act is that this was a law that was passed in 1988. It had never been used. It had never been revised. Correct. And something that Justice Rouleau said in his press conference shortly ago, or judicially interpreted. So this is the first time, really, that, you know, the Rouleau report is the first draft on history of this act.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I took note, and when people kind of get to the reports, and if you're watching at home and you need a bit of a reading guide, I can tell you, go straight to the first volume. And no, I'm totally serious, because I know people do this. Page 247 is the part where you want to tuck in, okay? Because these are the main parts. But he really talks about this as being, you know, a singular moment in history. He said, though extraordinary, this was not entirely unpredictable. And he, I think, is very self-aware in this report that he is the first guy to kind of take a crack at interpreting this, that he had no precedents to work from, no other kind of learned judgments, that sort of everybody was working through this in really unprecedented, uncharted sort of times here. So, you know, again, it's come back to what I was saying at the beginning, you know, for context, right? But going forward, there are specific changes, not just to federal legislation, but to Ontario's Police Act as well, that he sees as necessary, coming out of the things we talked about, sort of
the thing is I honestly don't think the fucking police, like the Ottawa police, are going to like actually fucking enact any of those changes, right? I would be genuinely surprised if they actually did any.
The disagreements between police jurisdictions, the need to do better on that, the issue of police interference. There is a really interesting recommendation here about having clearer guidelines for not only when politicians are allowed to ask for information from the police, but what information police should proactively be giving back to politicians. Of course, that becomes, harkens to the issue with Brenda Lucki, whether she should have spoken up at that key cabinet meeting. The other thing I'll say quickly is anyone reading through this, looking to see if there's a fall guy, this report is, I should say, I think kind of generous so far in terms of key policing figures like former Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly, the RCMP head Brenda Lucki. It's quite balanced in terms of its assessment. There are some pointy criticisms about Peter Slowly, particularly his use of Navigator, that communications consulting firm, those contracts that came up, that they were perhaps crossing the line, starting to interfere with police operations in a way that wasn't appropriate, but also saying clearly that this wasn't just his fault. And likewise with that moment where Brenda Lucki didn't speak up in cabinet, he concludes that he's not sure that that would have made a difference to the final decision taken by the Trudeau government. These little moments, those little lines in the report, I think deserve a lot more kind of thoughtful kind of processing, if you will, than we've been able to do so far in just this quick lockup.
Okay, Janice, don't go anywhere. I want you to dig into some more of those thoughtful little moments in a minute, because we're not letting you go. There's so much to dig into. So let's go to the host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane, who joins us as well. Now, David, I want to point out something else that Justice Rouleau said in his statement as well. And it was something that the Prime Minister testified to, that these protesters didn't want to be heard, they wanted to be obeyed. And he went through a lot about the protesters.
They didn't want to be heard, because if they wanted to be heard, they were fucking heard for 3 weeks straight, like 24/7. They were heard all right. They just didn't fucking, want to take no for an answer. Like, have the fucking government obey their demands, which were idiotic. Like, for the most part, like, the fucking mayor didn't do shit. I think it's mostly, if I remember correctly, I think it's because he mostly couldn't. Doug Ford did literally fucking nothing. He was literally on the side of them. And, so the federal government had to step up and do something.
Maybe you can take us through that part of it.
I think, Hannah, I think it'd be useful to go through, I think, a tick-top of a lot of key points here and sort of high-level thematically spell out what I think this report tells us. I mean, the headline is that the government cleared the bar in the use of the Emergencies Act. This is the central question to this entire inquiry. If you are going to use these extraordinary emergency powers, this inquiry is the baked-in accountability mechanism to assess the information you had at the time, measure that against the tools that were available to you and the facts on the ground, and render a verdict as to whether or not the high threshold was met. That is the central point of this inquiry. And Justice Rouleau, he says it's not a slam dunk, but he says they cleared the very high bar. This is not a standard like a criminal trial where it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more akin to a civil trial where it's balance of probabilities. And he has made it very clear in his assessment of the evidence that was presented over weeks of testimony and written submissions that the government met that bar. He concludes in his findings that the protests in Ottawa were not lawful and they were not peaceful. He concedes that most of the people who were here and at other parts across the country were lawful and peaceful, but there were elements in there and with no ability by the nominal leadership to control it. And in fact, he says that they were more aware of it than they perhaps testified and took little action to deal with some of the more extreme elements and were
100% they were aware of it. They knew who was all in there, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think Proud Boys were there, fucking dumbass hogs who had literally no fucking idea of what the hell was going on. and then fucking business owners. Like, that's who was mostly there.
Completely unable to deal with them. So the protests were not lawful, they were not peaceful. Money was flowing into them, necessitating the measures in the Emergencies Act.
From the US.
The argument and the criticism that was leveled at the government that they should have met with the leadership of this. They should have tried to negotiate some sort of a departure from Ottawa without resorting to police enforcement. Justice Rouleau makes clear that that was not a viable option, that there was no centralized leadership, no ability.
And like, even if there was, like, I don't think they would have listened anyways. Like, there's no shot that they would have, right? Just saying that, you know, they would have is stupid.
To control the thousands of people who are here and at other border crossing and other protests across the country and in sympathy protests across the country. There was no central organization to sit down and negotiate with, so he dismisses that central argument. He points out that extremist groups like Diagolon, that Jeremy McKenzie testified this was all just a joke. He was the founder of Diagolon and is now facing criminal charges, another matter. He makes the point that they were present in Ottawa, they were present in Coutts, they were coordinating back and forth, even if the larger protests were not. And the arrests at the RCMP...
They were peaceful, though. Don't forget, they were peaceful. You even know that they're a fucking extremist fascist group. They were peaceful. They were peaceful. They weren't doing anything, right? Yeah. Despite the fact that the fucking inquiry had showed that they weren't. And, you know, we talked about we talked about like the potential, you know, groups that were there and like, you know, who was responsible for what when it was initially happening.
He made in Coutts and sort of the extremist language around this organization justified the concerns of the RCMP. He's very critical of the Ottawa Police Services and the Ontario government. A cascading failure of intelligence and police failures and planning failures by Ottawa police that underestimated grossly what was coming to Ottawa and then had no ability to deal with it once it got here. Breakdowns in communication, constant change of command, and mistrust at the command levels inside Ottawa Police and between Ottawa Police and the other police forces who were brought in. Again, a narrative, a manifest display throughout the commission every day in the testimony. And he also criticizes the Ontario absence, the Ontario government absence in dealing with the situation here in Ottawa, calling it troubling and making the point that Ottawa sent a very clear message to the people of Ottawa that they had largely been abandoned by refusing to participate in the three-level meetings between the City of Ottawa, the federal government, and the provincial government. The provincial government simply didn't show up. Ottawa is a municipality in the province.
It's unsurprising that they didn't show up. So, we all know how Doug Ford is.
Of Ontario, governed by Ontario legislation, and it necessitated a response from the Ontario government. Janice just mentioned this.
Yeah.
This notion of there might have been a policing plan on the 13th of February, the day before the Emergencies Act was invoked, that could have led to a police resolution to the occupation of Ottawa within the existing powers that existed. He dismisses that. Brenda Lucki never brought it up. She never spoke publicly. She's been criticized for this. Justice Rouleau says it wouldn't have mattered if she did. There were still so many issues to be resolved in the plan, so many things to be sorted out, that at this point in the decision-making process, it was irrelevant to whether the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked or not. The same thing for the consultation with the premiers the very next day. This has been criticized by some provinces as falling short on the need to consult, that the premiers felt they didn't have enough time. Some of the premiers felt that way. And they
I mean, what? Like, they 100% had fucking time to do so. Like, their fucking idiotic hog supporters knew for a fact that, you know, something like this was going to happen inevitably. So they knew that this was going to happen, especially with like January 6th happening the year before. Like, you don't think that our fucking hogs wouldn't have, you know, thought of something like that? Like, come on.
Felt that the Prime Minister had already made up his mind. Justice Rouleau concludes he finds that this met the threshold. And while he has some criticism for some of the measures that the government used to deal with the protests, he says they were largely reasonable and effective, such as to apply protest limits to areas. to ban on travel to protests, to give money to protests. There's criticism for freezing of accounts because it captured people who needed to give money to other people. There's no way to get off the list once you left the protest area and get your accounts unfrozen. But on the big picture question for the government of Canada today, for the Trudeau government, this is about as good as they could hope for, given the action they had to take to deal with the situation that they were dealing with a year ago. And Rouleau says that they largely cleared the bar, their actions worked, and they were, for the most part, effective and limited and measured.
David, I know you have to go do other things too, but I want to ask you one more thing before you go, and then we're coming back to Janice too, because I want some of those highlights. Janice, I see you there waiting for me as well. One of the things Rouleau said, people called this a protest. In particular, a lot of people who were involved in it. But one thing Justice Rouleau did say in his press conference is that this protest turned into a mass occupation of the nation's capital. So again, kind of tamping down what many people said, that this was friendly, this was fun, this was like Canada Day extended. There you see it there only a year ago. What are your thoughts on that, David?
Bro, I love the fucking Hogs and how they said that. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Just an extension of Canada Day. Uh-huh. Yeah, that totally. So why there was so many more celebrations of it in every single fucking provincial capital, right?
Look,
in big
Justice
city.
Rouleau is charitable and kind to the protesters in many ways in this report, saying that many of them were law-abiding and honest Canadian citizens who felt aggrieved by vaccine mandates and vaccine policies, and they were greatly affected by this. But so was everybody in Canada. And what he made his analysis of what this turned into was a lawless and unpeaceful occupation of the city. Now, anyone who was here, that was very clear. If you lived in the downtown, that was very clear. That was obvious. That's why injunctions were granted. That's why civil cases are happening right now. And that's why eventually there was some enforcement action that took place. He points out that this whole thing started because the trucker vaccine mandate imposed by the cross-border trucker vaccine mandate imposed by the Trudeau government became a rallying cry for truckers who were already struggling to deal with the restrictions of the pandemic and had capacity to organize.
Which was really funny because most of them were either already vaccinated or just didn't give a shit that they had to go get a shot.
And familiarity with logistics.
The Fauci ouchie.
That the United States brought in a vaccine mandate for cross-border trucking before Canada did. So whether the federal government brought this in, they still would have had issues there. And there is criticism for the Prime Minister. That comment he made about a small group of people with unacceptable views that has been seized upon as a galvanizing quote by critics of the Prime Minister. He said that certainly helped inflame the situation. And he makes the point that politicians and the media could have been more tempered and more measured in their commentary about people who were protesting their legitimate grievances or their frustration with health restrictions and vaccine mandates that were being imposed not just by the federal government, by governments at all levels. But he also makes the point that the Prime Minister's comments that have been seized upon were also taken largely out of context by political actors, protesters, and by the media. But it's pretty clear, Justice Rouleau says that the series of failures along the way led to a situation that the government was right to believe. There's page 247 that Janice told you about, Hannah, but also
I'm writing them down.
But also page 210.
Okay.
Where he says, he says there was an objective basis for Cabinet's belief based on compelling and credible information that what was required, that the standard of reasonable grounds were met here, that the threshold for invocation is the point at which order breaks down and freedom cannot be secured or is seriously threatened. And he says, in my view, that threshold was reached here.
Okay.
I mean, like, to be honest, I'm not really surprised that it was met. Because, when you have a bunch of fucking idiots occupying streets of the fucking capital, making demands that the fucking federal government listen to them, like with fucking violence and shit, and like harassing fucking everyday people that in business and disrupting business in those areas, yeah, of course it was going to be met. Right?
Those are not insignificant
Yeah.
comments from a judge of his stature.
All right. So we are going to quickly touch on the Brenda Lucki departure and how it was very convenient that she left like a day before the the decision of the Emergencies Act and whether it was like justified use or not came out. So, or at least I believe that's when she left. So we'll talk about that as well, while we're on the
Hi there, I'm Rosemary
topic.
Martin. Here's what's at issue this week. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki announced her retirement from the top position, but it comes after calls for her resignation over allegations of political interference and mishandling of the RCMP's response to the convoy protest. Public Safety Minister Marco Mendocino says the government understands the challenges of the mandate of the RCMP Commissioner.
There is a robust set of priorities that are there when it comes to a wide range of priorities.
Drug
But the key
me.
thing will be to make sure that we attract the very best and brightest person who is going to be able to meet the RCMP where they are at.
So what's to be made of the timing of Lucki's retirement? What kind of challenges will the Liberals face replacing her? Let's bring in everybody.
It was a very convenient time for her to leave, right?
Chantal Hébert, Althea Raj, and Andrew Coyne. Good to see you all. Althea, I'm going to start with you. Let's talk about the timing. I think there were questions after Brenda Lucki's testimony at the Emergencies Act inquiry. Do we see any coincidence here that the report will be released tomorrow and she is leaving? She's announced at least she's leaving this week.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to try to read between the lines, but there is a high likelihood that the report is not incredibly favorable to her. If you'll recall, during her
Probably
testimony,
not.
she admitted that she did not speak up during a cabinet meeting of the Special Incidents Response Group, where her opinion, her advice was that actually the RCMP had the tools it needed. It didn't need the Emergencies Act. And then Jody Thomas, who's the National Security Advisor for the Prime Minister, said, well, you know, you had to
Then I wonder why she didn't fucking act in it then. I wonder why.
duty to speak up if you have something to say. You don't wait until you're called. So it's possible that you know, there is a dark cloud hanging over her in that report, but also in the Nova Scotia inquiry reports. And that report is due at the end of March, where, if you'll recall, she was accused of basically holding the Liberals' agenda, trying to get the local RCMP to release the type of gun that was used to help with the Liberals' gun control legislation. And there were a lot of questions about what she had promised Bill Blair's office or the Prime Minister. You know, she admitted on tape that she was waiting for the Prime Minister to call her so she could offer her apologies. So there were a lot of questions. You know, the Conservative Party, for example, does not trust her. It was hard to see how she was going to stay in that position anyways.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't really fucking trust her either. So like, that's one common ground that the fucking Conservatives and I have. But for completely different reasons. The Conservatives are probably just, you know, don't like her because she was fucking put in that position by fucking libs, and I don't like her because she's fucking dog shit.
Like that the Liberals were going to renew her term. So I think she is probably trying to leave before having to answer some perhaps more murky questions.
So what, Chantal, does this tell us about the role of the RCMP, or was this a Brenda Lucki problem, or is this a bigger problem in your mind?
It does start with leadership, and everything that Althea has described means that her term was almost up in a few weeks. There had been absolutely no sense that the government was going to renew her appointment or extend it, although it was clear that she wanted to stay on. She told at least one newspaper interviewer that she wanted to stay on. I'm sure that one person cannot change an institution, but I also do not for a second believe that the cabinet and the minister in charge of the RCMP are, one, competent to make changes to the RCMP
True.
that will work.
She's right.
And two, that they should, because that would be bringing politics into the police force, and that is the last thing you want.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that there's already fucking politics within the police force, and it's very fucking reactionary. So, it really doesn't even matter. Like, there's a lot of fucking politics in police force, and just policing in general.
Now, watching Minister Mendicino, I hope he's not trying to say that this is taking them by surprise and so it will take months for someone to be appointed, because they have had the date in the calendar where they would either renew her or find someone else to replace her quickly for 5 years.
Yeah. Andrew.
Well, nobody would say that Brenda Lucki was a particularly successful RCMP commissioner. She seemed much more interested in managing up and sucking up to her superiors rather than addressing some of the deep-seated problems in the force. But these long predate her. They're much more systemic. We've been reading about RCMP scandals and RCMP screw-ups for years, if not decades. If you're talking about the Mahara Raw.
It kind of seems like, you know, we should have some form of systemic change within the RCMP and just policing in general, considering on how many fucking scandals come out of it. But that's never gonna happen, right? Like, even if, like, by some metric or like some hypothetical that, you know, say the NDP get into a position of power, I honestly don't even think they would do it, right? Like, there needs to be a lot of systemic change with how we do fucking policing, as so, you know, and you know, that's a lot of fucking work, and I honestly don't think that that's gonna happen.
Affair, or the botched investigation into the income trusts, or the toxic culture in the force that has been found by numerous inquiries. So these things are deep-seated. They go back, as I say, many years. They're talking about things that they stem in some parts from the kind of military culture of the force's founding. It stems in part from the vast overreach of the mission it's been given, where it has to be everything from an elite federal investigative force to, you know, patrolling small towns across various provinces, and not doing any of those jobs particularly well. It's stretched far too thin. So yes, you know, let's get a better commissioner, but there are structural reforms that are needed for the force. Whether or not, as Chantal says, this government is particularly competent to enact them can be debated, but I don't think politicians of either of the governing parties that we've had can escape their responsibility for the state of the force.
He's right.
These kinds of reforms have been called for by experts going back many years, and nothing ever seems to change at the force.
Yeah, and it's like a bipartisan thing as well. Like, the fucking liberals don't give a shit if they fucking, you know, beat the shit out of, like, marginalized communities. Like, they don't fucking care. Like, it's a bipartisan thing.
Even the best commissioner can only do so much with the structure of the force as it is now.
Chantal?
And if all this sounds familiar, it's because we probably said the very same things about the armed forces. We sound like an echo of ourselves here. And as Andrew points out, governments have had recommendations to make changes in both cases, and have sat on them, not just the Liberals, for as long as we've been covering this.
So it's not. So we all seem to agree, or you all seem to agree, that changing the commissioner is not going to change or solve the problems of the RCMP.
No, it's a systemic thing. You gotta take it systemically.
We're talking about make some sort of structural change that would give the commissioner real power, I think, across the country, and make it clear to her who she reports to and how she has to do her job.
Well, I'm not sure that a new commissioner won't make a big difference, because I think the problem with this commissioner, frankly, is that she didn't have the trust of her members. She didn't have the respect of her members. Like, those two things go a long way. And yes, there were, systemic problems, systemic racism, sexism, allegations of mistreatment against people with different sexual orientations. We had, and there's a number of class action lawsuits, even reporters suing the RCMP about treatment in Wet'suwet'en. So there are a lot of problems. Even the provinces who are openly suggesting that they want to create their own provincial police forces, those that don't.
That will go so fucking well.
RCMP confines. So there are a lot of challenges. But if you have a leader, and I know police officers often want to have one of their own, but I don't know if that's really what is needed. But you need a leader that inspires and that has trust. And then you can start to make the changes. And, Brenda Lucki did try. She has, a Vision 150, because the forces are celebrating their 150 this year, to try to move the needle on systemic racism and other problems in the force, the culture problems in the force. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that people are willing to follow. And that has been, I think, her biggest problem.
Andrew?
Well, I just have to repeat.
I mean, with how fucking, reactionary the fucking forces tend to be, whether it be, police, military, whatever, they're not going to be necessarily willing to follow someone who's, actively trying to, say, get rid of, deep-rooted things that have been there since the beginning, like systemic racism, for example, within it. It doesn't really matter, because, honestly, when it comes to, cops and shit, they're honestly seen as, an entirely fucking different race entirely, regardless of skin tone. They're seen as more fucking powerful, right?
Get the point that yes, leaders can drive culture to an extent, and they can help to institute reforms that are capable within the system. They cannot make the kind of sweeping structural changes. They're not statutorily powered to do that. Yeah. Only the government can. And we should mention also the lack of a really effective civilian oversight body as well, as part of the ills that afflict the force. I'm all in favor of having a strong RCMP commissioner, but I think there's only so much that he or she can actually accomplish.
Hey, welcome back to another round of At Issue. The Liberals are once again under fire for ethics violations.
Is anyone really surprised, though?
Ethics commissioner on a regular basis. I regret that we didn't do that in this case. It's deeply embarrassing.
Parliamentary Secretary Greg Fergus is the latest Liberal caught violating ethics rules. Fergus is under fire for writing a letter to the CRTC advocating for a Black Francophone television channel. This is just the latest in a series of ethics violations for the Liberals, which has prompted the outgoing Commissioner, Mario Dion, to say the government needs to take ethics more seriously. So what's to be made of the Liberals' repeating issue with ethics? Do the rules need an overhaul? Do the Liberals need a better lesson in how they work? Let's bring everybody back. Chantal, Althea, and Andrew. So obviously, what Greg Fergus did wrong, according to the Ethics Commissioner here, was that he is a parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, and you can't write that kind of letter. Just to be clear, you can do it if you're a regular old MP, but not in that instance. So what's going on here, Chantal? For Mario Dion, even though he's leaving the job, to say, what the heck is going on? You don't seem to understand these rules. To me, seems significant that he would feel the need to say that.
Okay, two things. In the big picture, I heard the question, do the Liberals have a problem following ethical rules? And suddenly, I don't know why, I saw the Senate under Stephen Harper. And I thought maybe not just the Liberals. Wasn't that how the last Conservative reign ended in a mix of ethical breaches and stretches and abuses to spending practices? But
I mean, every party has, has their own, right? So, I'm not really surprised by this.
That being said, I do believe that Justin Trudeau has had problems preaching to his own members to follow rules on the basis of the fact that he has accumulated a series of blames from the Ethics Commissioner It's really hard to say to a minister, you should resign for having breached ethical rules, considering that you have those in your track record as Prime Minister. I also think that the advice of forcing parliamentary secretaries and ministers and their staff to brush up on the rules is probably good advice. Because yes, there are rules that apply to MPs, but that are more lax than if you're a parliamentary secretary than if you're a minister. But bottom line, I think every
I mean, honestly, I think those rules should be applied across the board, and I don't really think anyone would disagree with that, regardless of you know, what political stripe you are, what level of governance you are, like, you know, that should be like applied like across the board, not just you know, let MPs get away with that shit. Same thing with like other figureheads too.
Government, after a number of years in office, gets a bit too comfortable with ethics rules, and that's been the experience over the past 3 decades.
Sure, but what a lot of people who see the instances of late say to me, Andrew, is what happened? Why are people losing their jobs like in the good old days? Is what they would say to me. And I take Chantal's point that it's hard to do when you're the boss and you've had your own issues. But why is there no? I'm sorry, you can't do this job anymore, given you can't follow these basic rules.
Well, just to reiterate a point that we were making in the previous segment, the culture is set from the top. You know, whether it's that Liberal cabinet ministers and parliamentary secretaries aren't aware of the rules, which is hard to believe, or that they just don't care about them, or as I suspect, and Chantal's right that both parties have had their ethical challenges over the years, but the particular contribution, I think, of this group of Liberals is an abiding sense of their own superior virtue. That may feel they can excuse themselves from the common everyday ethical concerns that would afflict mere mortals. And that would certainly be coming from the top. And yes, compound that the Prime Minister himself has been found guilty of 2 serious ethical offenses, probably should have been found guilty of a 3rd, absolutely makes it difficult for him to lay down the law to members of caucus or members of cabinet, but equally they have failed to do so to him. You know, we don't have a system in Canada that we should have where members of a caucus hold their leader to account when they misbehave like this. So neither the leader holding them to account nor them holding him to account. We certainly don't have a system of any kind of rigorous penalties in the law. It's a $500 fine at worst.
I mean, like, are we really surprised though? Like this shit happens all the goddamn time. And like, of course people in a position of power don't want to fucking like be held accountable for their misdeeds and inactions and other fucking horrific shit that they do. Because if that was the case, literally every single fucking politician would be like in jail.
So if what we're supposed to fall back on is just people's sense of shame, I'm afraid that ship sailed long ago.
Well, it does seem to be. That is supposed to be what motivates you to behave under these rules, Althea. And I guess to Andrew's point, perhaps it's not enough.
Well, also of getting fired. Like, cabinet ministers should fear that if they do something wrong, that they will get fired, or if they're a member of parliament and they breach the code, that maybe the party will not, you know, sign their papers again.
If that was the case, literally every single fucking conservative politician would be out of parliament. Like, it's so funny. Like, you know, we 100% should be holding like politicians accountable for, you know, breaches of trust and like other shit like that. But like the thing is that like honestly, I honestly think that maybe like some liberals, and then like it would depend for how much NDP, because like I don't know how many violations the NDP do, but like, you know, all the conservatives would pretty much be gone. Like a handful of liberals, and then I don't know, as an estimate, let's say just half of NDP. Like literally everyone would be in fucking jail. But like, no, it should 100% be that way. The government should be, you know, should help hold, you know, members of parliament accountable. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. Like, and you know, if they royally fuck up, they should be like removed from their seat. Like it wouldn't be fucking hard to find another like conservative or liberal person within the fucking area. Like it wouldn't be hard at all. But like we don't do that because, you know, we fucking let our politicians get away with whatever the fuck they want.
But one thing that's really different with this PMO, I would say, is that they haven't instilled like the fear of God in their MPs and parliamentary secretaries and ministers and staffers, especially staffers, about you cannot let your minister, you know, step outside of the line. And if you really feared that you were going to make like the front page of the newspaper,
And if they do, they should bring the fucking hammer down on them.
People would pay attention very closely. Like now, I want to be clear that all these offenses are not the same. Like I feel like Greg Fergus, you know, if he was an MP, it's fine to write a letter on behalf of groups to the CRTC, but because he's a prosec, it's different. Like to me, that's very different than Mary Ng, the small business minister, calling up her best friend and giving her a contract to help with communications work. Like that to me is very different.
Sure, totally agree with that.
But you would not do that, like Mary Ng would not do that if she feared that she was going to get a lashing from her caucus mates or the Prime Minister. And that's the internal culture that we do not have with this government.
Yeah, and it certainly doesn't seem to have happened
Well,
in her case, unless it's happened and nobody's told me about it.
Well, we also just don't generally have that like culture just in general. Like any form of like accountability for like anyone in a position of power, regardless of how royally they fuck up, like just doesn't exist for the most part. Like in Europe, they have like some form of like accountability, but when it comes down to like North America, like we're the dumbest fucking continent on the planet, and like you know we just don't fucking care. Like if they, you know, actually held, you know, members of caucus accountable, things would be drastically better.
But there doesn't seem to have
It's
been
just
any
not going to happen.
for Mary Ng. Chantal.
And you would think it's a no-brainer, the notion of conflict of interest and extending contracts to your friends. I mean, do you need really a course to know about these things? And like Andrew, I think there is an attitude problem here of, well, we can do no wrong because we never mean to do wrong. And that doesn't really work within the confines of what ethics rules are supposed to be.
Well, it also doesn't work because it's not what you mean to do. It's what it looks like you're doing. Isn't that the problem with ethics, Andrew?
Well, in Mary Ng's case, she was availing herself of the George Costanza defense of saying, oh, was that wrong? You know, why didn't my staff flag this to me? I find that unpersuasive in her case. I find it equally unpersuasive in Greg Fergus's case. He was a member of the ethics committee, for God's sakes, and you wouldn't know. You're not supposed to phone or write letters to project tribunals or judges. I mean, that's rule number one, frankly.
Yeah.
So I don't find the pleadings of ignorance particularly persuasive, or the sort of attempt to self-justify retroactively. I noted Mary Ng saying in Parliament that she hadn't held herself to the standards that she herself aspires to, or something to that effect, which basically made her sound like she was the good guy and somebody else, you know, named Mary Ng committed all these committed this offense. So yeah, it's a cultural problem that seems to be pretty deeply rooted.
No, but it's also the I can look at myself in the mirror and see no wrong. I'll give you an example. If Brian Mulroney in his first term had applied the rules,
and like for the most part, like people in general just don't like admitting that they're wrong, because like, you know, when you're wrong about something, it makes you look stupid. Like for me, frankly, I don't care. Like I've been wrong on the broadcast before, and you know, I've admitted it and owned up to it, but most people just don't do that. Most people will double down on it, which makes them look even more as a fucking idiot.
the way the Liberals have not applied them, he wouldn't have lost so many ministers. His ministers resigned for all those reasons, for being on a military base in East Germany, in West Germany, where there were prostitutes, for not smelling a can of tuna properly.
Wait, what? Who gives a shit if someone was fucking clapping prostitutes? Who gives a shit about that? Like, are we... Like, what? Are we fucking saying that sex workers aren't workers now? Despite the fact that the Liberals were, like, have literally been saying that, you know, sex work is real work to, like, a certain point. Like, that's just fucking silly.
Here we so if you look at that, what you see is actually a decrease or an increase in the tolerance for ethical breaches over the decades.
That's right.
And I'm sure Brian Mulroney never expected me to say something like that about his government, and I certainly never expected to have to say that.
I also didn't expect Andrew
Unfortunately,
to
when-
quote George Costanza, but I gotta leave it there. Now I'll throw things back.
Cut him off. All right. This
Bill
one.
Blair is Minister of Emergency Preparedness. Minister Blair, thanks for coming in.
We'll watch that one after this. Then we'll get into the articles.
After careful reflection, I have concluded that the very high threshold required for the invocation of the Act was met.
Obviously, it took failures. It took systems that weren't able to solve a situation that ideally would have been able to solve by a robust set of institutions and principles like we have in Canada, that we would need to invoke an Emergencies Act.
This was an emergency that Justin Trudeau created by attacking his own population, by driving up their cost of living, by making it impossible for people to pay their bills and live their lives in peace.
You know, well, I've been actually thinking about that. Like, a lot of that has literally nothing to do with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and it's really funny that he's just trying to be like, or just trying to like pin a lot of the fucking injustices that the proletariat is currently facing right now in the form of like price gouging and like literally every single fucking aspect of life right now. Like, it's really funny considering that wasn't, you know, a fucking problem when the inquiry was going on, or, you know, the initial invocation. You know, there's a lot. You know, none of that has to do with that. It's just more of a fucking corporate greed is what it is.
Just some of the comments here in Ottawa today after a busy day. The inquiry into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act found, as you heard there, that the government met the high legal threshold to use it. What else does the report tell us about the government's use of the Act, and what political lessons are there? We've assembled a special Friday at issue, because why not? Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and in for Chantal Hébert, Gary Mason tonight. Good to see you all. Appreciate you doing this on a Friday. Andrew, were you surprised that Justice Rouleau found that the government had met this legal threshold?
Not particularly. There's not a great deal of surprise in the report to anybody who was paying attention. It mostly confirms what people who didn't have ideological axes to grind would have gleaned already from the evidence. But that's useful and important to have somebody manifestly fair looking at this and coming to a very reasoned judgment on this about the evidence in front of it. And just retelling the events is as important as anything else.
Sure.
But on the particular issue of whether the government was justified, whether it met the threshold, you know, too much attention was paid to the question of whether the CSIS standard had been met, et cetera. What was really the important language in the Act is, did the government have reasonable grounds to believe that there was a public emergency? And the judge found absolutely they did, that the notion that this was just a peaceful protest full of people face painting and dancing just simply did not accord with the facts, that there was rising tide of aggressive rhetoric coming from people in there. There were
And like the funny thing is about that as well is like, you know, where Parliament is oftentimes like like a very big place. Like that's entire that entire street is not like it's not unheard of that, you know, there's gonna be fucking people protesting there, right? It was more or less of the fact that there were people there, you know, spewing a bunch of fucking nonsense and like being fucking annoying and not letting up, and like also, you know, harassing people and like, you know, giving threats of violence too. So there's that.
Bad actors in the middle there with who knows what kinds of agendas. You had copycat protests popping up all across the country. And so a government could reasonably look at this and say, in the face of just a complete and total breakdown of the police ability to deal with this, that something more had to be done.
Right, that the security threat was real and that the context around all of this mattered too. Althea, was there anything in there that you could see as an important lesson for a government going forward, or for this government in particular?
Well, there were a lot of strong words for the Ontario government, which shirked its responsibility with regards to Ottawa. The commissioner actually goes to great pains to point out that Ottawa is a municipality and that is a creature of the province, and therefore the province has the jurisdiction over policing in Ottawa. And that Doug Ford's government wouldn't go to the trilateral talks, and that if there had been more coordination earlier on,
Which he got like heavily scrutinized for. Like, remember that? He was like heavily scrutinized for that. Like, he even fucking avoid going to Parliament or going to the fucking Ontario legislature during that time. Like, remember that? Like, Doug Ford is a fucking coward.
that perhaps we wouldn't have had the situation that required the federal government invoking the Emergencies Act. But I was actually quite surprised to the extent to which Commissioner Rouleau went to agree with the government, not just on the expanded definition of whether or not you need to abide by the CSIS definition of the act as per CSIS's interpretation of it, but even on matters where you thought he might have been critical, like how the fact the government did not give.
I mean, like, the CSIS interpretation though was like fairly important to the invocation though. Like, it was very important.
The commissioner their legal opinion. He says, oh, well, I didn't really need it. I can make my opinion without actually having it. Or that one of his strongest criticism is about the fact that there is no kind of way for you to get off the frozen bank account list after you've left Ottawa. And he's like, well, I'm convinced that if the protest had lasted longer and the measures had lasted longer, that the government would have gone and fixed this. So, there are several points where he could have been a little bit more firm, but he sides with the government. He agrees with the government on they shouldn't have spoken to the protesters. That was understandable. The meeting with the premiers, he thinks that amounted to consultation. So many points of disagreement with different partners involved in the commission. He sides with the government. So to me, the whole taken together suggests that if another government had not acted this way, well, then the government would have shirked its responsibilities. Like, he's so glowing in his praise.
So does that mean it's a vindication in some ways, Gary, for the government and what they did here?
I don't know if I suppose it is, but I think that most fair-minded Canadians, totally sided with the government right from the beginning.
100%.
A lot of Canadians were wondering why we were even having an inquiry into this, even though it's
like 100%. Most people were like, get these fucking losers out of Ottawa. They've been doing nothing but being fucking annoying the entire time.
Mandated under the law as soon as you use the Emergencies Act. I thought, to me, one of the most interesting things in the report was his view that federalism failed in this case, that in order for this country to work, that politicians, our political leaders, need to set aside their partisan interests for the common good. And that clearly...
I mean, that will never happen, though. That will never happen. Like, for the most part, liberals don't really give a shit about, like, the common good. unless like, you know, it's something that they like absolutely have to do and take care of. Like they're mostly like fucking focused on like business efforts and shit like that. Conservatives just flat out don't give a shit and or like will like deep throat the fucking boot of business. And I'm like, the NDP like is really the only one that does care. But at the same time, you also have some NDP leaders that are also like incredibly fucking pro-business as well. Like Notley in Alberta, for example.
Did not happen here. I think Doug Ford clearly, he didn't listen. He didn't want to get involved until the Ambassador Bridge was shut down and the economy, his economy was really going to get hit hard, and the calls to his office started, and that's when he responded. But until then, he didn't want to have anything to do with it because the federal Conservatives were pandering to this group. They thought this was a group that was in their best interest to...
I mean, it wasn't just the federal Conservatives, it was also the fucking provincial Conservatives too. Like, they loved it. They loved that this was fucking happening.
Pandered to. I think this, as Althea says, I mean, I think this is a real indictment of Doug Ford's leadership in a time of real crisis in this country.
Andrew, do you agree with that? And do you think that this report now sort of mutes or blunts anything federal Conservatives can say about the way the government acted?
Yeah, I think you could tell that from the body language and the response from the Conservatives. They want this to go away pretty quickly. I don't think if it had been a much more critical report, they would have been riding it all the way to next election. But I don't think they want to talk about this much more anymore.
Well, yeah, it's because they sided with a bunch of fucking losers. Why wouldn't they want this to just all go away for them? Like, the average Canadian will probably forget about it. But those who are, like, you know, politically engaged and, like, keep up with the news cycle and everything like that, like, we remember this shit. So, it probably won't fucking matter for, like, the average person. Because they're too fucking busy worrying about, like, making enough money to, you know, feed their, like, 3 children. Whilst working like 2 jobs with both parents working like that. So they're more concerned about that than like than the inquiry, right?
I mean, I think what this report brings out is that the issue here was much less to do with whether or not the Emergencies Act should have been invoked, but how on earth did we get here, and the many failures at all levels that led to that. I think he does a real service in just explaining to people what actually is in the Emergencies Act. A lot of the hysteria around this was based on the idea that this was something tantamount to martial law, and it fundamentally isn't. It is, strictly time limited with about 6 layers of oversight and rather limited powers that it gives the government to what it can actually do. And we saw that in the use of it to basically, commandeer a few trucks, freeze some bank accounts for a couple of days.
I mean, like, people like myself knew what was in it, right? And, and we saw, like, all of that shit, like, unfold, right? And then you have, like, idiotic hogs who are like, no, this is way too fucking far, and like, too much, the government can't do that. So, yeah, it's really fucking funny.
And not much more than that. So I think understanding that this is not the War Measures Act, this was the bill that was brought in to replace the War Measures Act and to learn the lessons of the War Measures Act. I think if anything's been vindicated, it's the Emergencies Act itself.
Well, he even says, Althea, and last word to you, that it's not dictatorial, contrary to the way some people were trying to frame it as the government was using it.
He's a dictator.
Two criticisms of the government that I think are worth talking about. He specifically points the finger at Justin Trudeau twice in the overview volume. I'll be honest, it's the only part, it's like almost 300 pages, only part I read today. So maybe he points the finger elsewhere as well. But he says that Justin Trudeau, in calling the protesters a small fringe minority, and also referencing another press conference where he talked about conspiracy theorists with tinfoil hats and focusing on the protesters who danced on the War Memorial, who carried Confederate flags and Nazi flags, that he made the problem worse, that he emboldened the protesters. He made the protesters distress government. He probably.
But the funny thing is he was actually right about that, and like, people are still getting mad at him for it. Like, it's so fucking funny, despite the fact that he was 100% right.
Made the thing last longer, and so I think that's noteworthy. And obviously, the Prime Minister came out and, for the first time, acknowledged that he should have chosen his words more carefully. And we've been asking him this for almost a year and a half, and this is the first time he came.
Like when it came down to like that criticism, like I honestly think that the fucking prime minister should just wear that on his fucking his fucking shoulder, and be like, no, I'm not gonna fucking regret my wording. I was right in this, right? Like, he was completely right about it. It was a small fringe majority or minority, and it was like mostly full of like neo-Nazis, white supremacist groups, and fucking conspiracy theorists, like that, like literally fucking believed in like Q.
Came out. Pierre Poilievre, though, used those words to suggest that the government had caused the protest. The other point, briefly, I'll make is...
Which is really funny, because he didn't.
Marco Mendicino telling the Public Safety Minister, telling committee and the House that he acted on the advice of law enforcement officials. Justice Rouleau doesn't point the finger at Marco Mendicino, but one of his recommendations is that those law enforcement officials should put their opinion in writing.
Yeah. Gary, I'll give you 20 seconds just, and then I'll got to take a quick break.
Yeah, no, I think that, the criticism of Justin Trudeau for some of the language that he used was fair. However, I would say that most of the protesters, certainly those that arrived from the West, were not fans of Justin Trudeau long before he uttered those words. In fact, I mean, this was an anti-Trudeau rally that was formed in thought and manner and planning.
Yeah, that too. Like, a lot of these people, just didn't like him, which is kind of fucking strange considering that they want to have sexual relations with him. Like, they're sending mixed messages, to be honest. Like, they say that they hate him, but yet they want to have sexual intercourse with him. Like, which is it, you fucking morons? Like, your messaging is awful.
Long before he made those comments. So, I mean, to blame this kind of on him or inflaming this situation is maybe a little bit much. I mean, maybe he could have used his language more conservatively, but these people were anti-Trudeau people years ago.
He is perfectly happy to let a foreign authoritarian government interfere in our elections as long as they're helping him. And according to the Globe and Mail story today, this foreign authoritarian government wanted to see Justin Trudeau as prime minister because they knew that he would work for their interests rather than Canada's interest.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre there responding to the Globe and Mail story today. CSIS documents that outlined China's strategy to try and meddle in the last election, documents that Globe and Mail reporters looked at.
I mean, like, the thing is like, okay, who gives a shit? They were going to be winning those ridings anyways. And like, the funny thing is that they literally did the exact same thing with the Conservatives too.
Implications could this have for the Liberals? At Issue is back. Andrew, Althea, and Gary. Andrew, start us off on this one. How troubling is this to you, these revelations? How damaging is this for the government?
Hugely troubling and potentially enormously damaging. I think much worse in its implications than the Emergencies Act. It's bad enough that the Chinese were not just interfering in our elections, and it appears in 2 straight elections. But they weren't doing it randomly. They were doing it with the particular purpose of electing Liberals and preventing...
Well, like, the funny thing is I don't even know if this is 100% true, because this gives me, like, a gigantic fucking Russiagate kind of vibe. Like, it was the exact same thing that the fucking Republicans were fucking crying about during like say the 2016 election, or hell, even like the fucking 2020 election. Except that like our conservatives are literally fucking, instead of like saying Russia, they're saying fucking China. Like, sure, yeah, there may have been collusion within like some of our fucking races, okay, but that doesn't even like really matter too much, because we also like collude in other elections as well, or like other countries' elections as well. So like, I don't really know what people are going on about when it comes to that. Like, you know, we we do a bunch of fucking terrible shit to other countries as well.
The conservatives from being elected. Now, you know, presumably the only reason they did that was for reasons that the public positions the government has taken and for which they can be held to account. But the evidence is that the security people were preparing documents and briefing the government and or the prime minister, going back not just to this last election, but going back some years. There's been some stories going back as far as 2017. So if they knew about this, and that remains to be seen how much they knew, but it'd be hard to believe they didn't know something as important as this. If they knew about this, what, if anything, did they do about it? And certainly they don't seem to have told anybody. They just simply sat on this information, didn't tell the public, didn't tell the candidates who were the targets of the conservative of the disinformation campaigns. So to just sort of sit there and accept the help, if you will, I mean, Pierre-Paul Hervé put it a little too strongly, but not a whole lot. It's really troubling in its implications.
Althea?
The government needs to be more transparent about what it knows, what it knew, when it knew it, and why it didn't tell anybody. You know, to kind of harken back to the previous topic, when you're talking about conspiracy theorists, there are a lot on the internet, and if the government doesn't want people to believe that the election was stolen, they need to be more transparent. And the answer that the Prime Minister gave today did not actually offer any answers. You know, prior to the last election, or 2019, the government created this panel of like deputy ministers and experts who were supposed to warn us if there was anything like this. And they didn't say anything in 2019, and they didn't say anything in 2021. So why not? And is there a failure? Like, did this information not reach them, or did they not do their jobs, or were they too afraid to do their job? Like, there's a lot of questions.
Or did they not deem it worthy of flagging? I mean, because we don't really know. We don't know that part either.
We don't know. Yeah. And part of the Globe and Mail's reporting also suggests that there's like a kickback scheme. I mean, that's election fraud. So why is there no follow-up from like other election agencies like Elections Canada or the RCMP? Right. So there's a lot of questions, and the longer they go unanswered, the more it's going to fuel people who think that the last election was unfair. Maybe the one before that too.
I will just say, because we didn't play the clip, though, that the Prime Minister again today said that he has been told that it did not affect the outcome of the election in 2019 or 2021.
Doesn't give answers to that.
No,
we only have his word, right? And I think that's why they need to be more transparent.
Gary.
Yeah, I was really puzzled by the Prime Minister's comments today about that, Rosie. I mean, he sort of blithely dismissed the whole thing, and you know, suggested that he's known for years, it's been out there for years, you know, that there's foreign countries trying to meddle in our elections, but you know, it's not something that we need to worry about, and that it didn't affect the outcome of any of the races. Well, I just don't know how he knows that, and how can he say that?
Like I said, it gives off a huge it gives off a huge fucking Russiagate vibe, right? Like, and like anyone who doesn't want to admit that is lying to themselves. Like, it 100% gives off a fucking Russiagate vibe. Like, I honestly don't think that it will you know, it will fucking ultimately matter. Because, like, even if there was, like, collusion, I don't really think it would have made too big of a difference.
how does he know that some of this disinformation that was spread out there about certain conservative candidates didn't have an impact on the base result of a particular race? I don't think there's any way that he can say that with any kind of authority. I think that this is a very serious issue, as Andrew says, and I think it warrants much more serious and a deeper investigation than what the Prime Minister indicated today that he's prepared to do with this. I think this is a really big deal in this country, and it's like one of the biggest stories to come along in a long time, and it needs to be taken much more seriously than it appears to be taken right now.
Just quickly, Andrew, yeah.
And a serious and an independent investigation. It is not going to be enough for Liberals to investigate something like this.
Or for it to be done at a parliamentary committee, which is where it is now as well. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you all for being here on a Friday. Althea, Andrew, thanks for coming back. Gary, a pleasure to welcome you here as well. Now I'll send things back to Anita.
Okay.
Of course, David, thank you. Justice Rouleau says that you hit the high bar in terms of justification for using the Emergencies Act, but he said he reached that conclusion reluctantly and reasonable people could disagree. What do you say to the people who still disagree with this?
Well, frankly, when we testified before Justice Rouleau, we talked about our own reluctant approach to invoking the Emergencies Act. We saw it for the exceptional step that it was. We believed it was necessary and required. But I think it is entirely appropriate for the government and for Justice Rouleau to come to that conclusion with a certain amount of caution and reluctance, because that's what the legislation required.
He called this a failure of policing. He called it a failure of federalism. When he's talking about it being a failure of federalism, is that about Ontario? Because Doug Ford's government wouldn't come to the table at so many key points?
No, I think, clearly it's a remarkable system of governance in this country in a proper confederation. But the Confederation requires that all orders of government, and that's the federal government, but also provinces and territories and municipalities, all three orders of government have important authorities and responsibilities. And how we work together and to make sure that we do cooperate and communicate well together is critically important. I think that upon reflection, there are lots of circumstances in those events of last year where we could have all done better.
Right, but Ontario wouldn't come to the table for the tripartite meetings you tried to set up. He calls that troubling. He says it potentially sent a signal to the people of Ottawa that they've been abandoned by their provincial government. I mean, the testimony from their own officials seemed to imply that they thought this was a municipal federal issue and there's no role here for them.
Well, and I think the tripartite table, my intention in setting that up was to overcome any of that reluctance. I think it's really important for all of us to come to the table, all of us to work together. All of us have a responsibility to the citizens that we serve. To work together. But I would also reflect that during that time, we were in communication with the province of Ontario, speaking to the Deputy Minister, speaking to the Solicitor General, and I know the Prime Minister had a number of conversations with the Premier as well. We all had responsibilities there, and ultimately we did come together, and we saw the effectiveness of when the OPP come to assist in both Windsor and here in Ottawa. The Ontario government invoked their own Emergencies Act the Friday before we did, and there were some important measures and communications around that as well. And so, it was a very difficult set of circumstances, and upon reflection, I think, we'll learn some lessons from this and work better together.
So was it a failure of federalism or not? Now, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean,
I think for me, it was the challenge of federalism. Again, I used to work in a municipality, and I've worked with provincial and federal authorities in the past. I think it's incumbent upon us all to come together, to work together as seamlessly as possible. Ultimately, we all have the same responsibilities to keep our community safe. And I think that event reminds us of some of the challenges that we all faced. Commissioner Rouleau's report, I think, offers some really solid recommendations on how we can improve in the future, and we're going to look at those very, very seriously, and I think all three orders of government will work on those things together.
He also offered some commentary about comments made by the Prime Minister, in particular going back to January 27th, in which he described the protesters headed to Ottawa as a small fringe minority. Now, he concedes these comments were largely taken out of context to some degree, but that this inflamed the situation and hardened the protesters' resolve. I mean, when you look at it now,
totally.
What responsibility does the Prime Minister bear for what came to Ottawa?
Well, I understand the Prime Minister's remarks, but at the same time, I think upon reflection and seeing how that went, first of all, we do very much support every Canadian's right for lawful, peaceful process, to assemble, to have their voices heard, and we know many people came to Ottawa for that purpose, but there are limits to those freedoms when they begin to infringe upon the lives and safety and the rights of other people in this country. And I think it is incumbent upon us all to be a little bit judicious in our language, to make sure that we're not escalating a situation, but rather de-escalating it. There were, quite frankly, a small minority, as the Prime Minister's acknowledged, of individuals whose attitudes and actions were very, very concerning to the police and to our government. But we also recognize in among that there was an awful lot of people that were just out there because they had something to say.
Right, but the Prime Minister's comments, I guess, certainly didn't de-escalate a year ago. I mean, this is January 27th. The convoy was on its way. We weren't at the point when it had descended into lawlessness and an unpeaceful protest, as Justice Rouleau calls it. So, I mean, what responsibility does the Prime Minister bear for this, based on what Justice Rouleau is doing?
Well, I think Justice Rouleau's comments, I think, is something for all of us to reflect on, not just the Prime Minister. But at the same time, there was a great diversity of both attitudes and intentions within that crowd. There were some individuals whose intentions were very concerning to us, and I know that's what the Prime Minister was referencing in his remarks. But I think it's also incumbent upon us to learn some lessons of what took place and to make sure that we do assure those Canadians who just want to be heard that they have every right to be heard, but also to, sometimes, I used to do a lot of public order events in Toronto, sometimes you have to teach people the limits of lawful peaceful protest and let them know this is what you can do, but here's where it begins to infringe upon the rights and safety of others. And I think that work is something we'll reflect upon as well.
Right. So Justice Rouleau also says this was a failure in policing, and he says that the policing failure at the municipal level really started with an intelligence failure. They were relying on a hodgepodge of things. They didn't assess it properly, and they underestimated what was coming. So one of his 56 recommendations, which you alluded to, is the creation of a single national intelligence coordinator for major events of national or interprovincial dimension. That seems like that would have been useful 12, 13 months ago. Is this a recommendation you agree with?
Yeah, I listened to the testimony very carefully, and of course I have a strong interest in policing in this country as well. I think the proper
I mean,
sharing
like,
of
it would have definitely been, like, very useful for that to, for that, but, like, I honestly don't really think it would have mattered too terribly much.
information, it's dissemination, but also it's not just dissemination of information. Intelligence requires analysis and insight and bringing people together. And
Coordination,
sure,
which
coordination.
was missing in all of this.
And it was missing in this thing. And I think Justice Rouleau has very clearly and somewhat exhaustively detailed and articulated some of those deficiencies and failures that took place. I think I will tell you, I work very closely right now with the City of Ottawa. We're looking really hard at security in not only the parliamentary precinct, but any future events. A lot of those lessons have already been learned. They're being incorporated by the law enforcement community. That saw where
the parliamentary precinct issue is very localized and specific in scope. National intelligence, this is where federalism, the challenges of federalism come in again. Can you even do this the way police services are structured and coordinated in this country? Is this something you're going to try to pursue?
Quite honestly, we have to do this, David. This isn't a choice.
Do we?
I think Rouleau quite rightfully points out that this would be valuable and it could help us avoid a set of circumstances where this may ever become necessary again. We very much want to avoid those situations.
Yeah, but the thing is I think inevitably we will, have to use it again. Whether it be for a just reason or an unjust reason.
I would work very closely with the law enforcement community. I have a lot of confidence. They see where these systems of information sharing and intelligence broke down, and there is a collective effort and a universal will to do better on this. We'll work on it.
Justice Rouleau largely said the powers you gave yourselves under the Emergencies Act were reasonable and effective and measured, with some criticism of things, including the freezing of financial assets where there was no discretion and some people were caught up like in joint checking accounts who had nothing to do with this. Child support payments were impeded because of this, and there was no way to get off the list once you complied with the order to go away. I mean, did you go too far here? Was this too fast? What lessons have you learned from those specific challenges and what you did?
Well, as Justice Rouleau acknowledged, we had to go fast. This was a set of circumstances where we had hours and days to put these measures together. They were the right measures. Justice Rouleau has said these were appropriate, they were proportional, and they were effective. But he did point out, and quite rightfully, that there were some elements about this. As you say, we were appropriate and necessary to put people on that list where accounts were frozen, and not many were. But we had to build in a mechanism as well. It's certainly something we'll reflect on. But I'd also remind people that we did this because it was necessary, but we revoked these measures at the first opportunity. And when, notwithstanding these measures were effective, when the emergency ended, we took immediate steps to bring this to an end. And those measures that were impacting on some Canadians, and unfortunately perhaps some individuals that it shouldn't have been impacting, we stopped it as quickly as we could.
So do you feel vindicated by this? Do you feel like that this is a vindication of all of the criticism that your government faced for being too dictatorial and too far-reaching and too heavy-handed in dealing with this?
First of all, I don't think this was in any way dictatorial. It was very much, following.
But critics called it that. That's not my words.
Well,
right?
and that's fine for critics. But vindication is not a word that I would embrace about this. I think it's something upon reflection. We went into this with, very seriously and with great reluctance, but understanding the gravity of our responsibility to keep people safe. The situation in Ottawa, but the situation also in critical infrastructure at our borders really was a significant threat to the safety and the security of Canadians. And so we had to act. And so I felt at the time, as I feel now, this is what was required. It was necessary. We approached it with reluctance, but we...
I mean, like, the thing is that, like, if Doug Ford actually, like, stepped up and, fucking did his job, like, what he was fucking hired to do, like, they wouldn't have had to use it, right? But, as we've seen time and time again with conservatives, they just don't give a shit with or they flirt a lot with fascist ideology.
We knew we needed to do this. And I'm very grateful for Justice Rouleau. He exhaustively examined every aspect of this. We had hours and he had months, but he really dove into this, listening to all those witnesses. I also reflect upon the people of Ottawa who suffered through this and how impactful it was. Those people the automotive shop floors that were shut down and people, were fearful about the future of their jobs. Canadians were really impacted by this. We acted to defend them and their rights and their safety and their security. And that, in my opinion, was the right thing to do.
Okay. Bill Blair, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much, David.
A major finding there from the commissioner investigating the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. Paul Rouleau determined the government met the threshold to do so. We're going to get reaction from the opposition on this. Blake Desjardins is an NDP MP, and Glenn Motz is the vice chair of the Special Joint Committee on the declaration of the Emergency Act.
All right, let's see what they have to say.
This subject well. Mr. Desjardins, Mr. Motz, thanks for coming in. Glenn Motz, I'd like to start with you. You heard the judge there, that he comes to this reluctantly, but he says the government did get there. Do you now accept that they did the right thing a year ago?
Actually, I still don't, and I think the judge it was very, very clear in his language that any other reasonable, competent individual could have come to a different conclusion based upon the fact that the evidence that he relied on, or he used, or that was available.
The funny thing is that my predictions about literally everything when it came to those fucking morons was 100% right and like spot on. And like, no, I honestly think that he came to the right conclusion. Like, what? Like, he had no fucking vendetta against anyone. Like, the fucking organizers had like no fucking good explanations or reasonings for what they were doing and why, and how disorganized everything was.
Available was not overwhelming. And, I think we have to go back to understand and appreciate that, how did we get here? How did this happen? Why did people come to Ottawa to protest? And very, very simply, our Prime Minister Trudeau decided
There's a bunch of fucking conspiracy theorist idiots. That's how.
With the vaccine mandates, and that expanded to include people's livelihoods in a lot of different industries. And then when the commercial truckers got involved, it became a bigger issue. And, so no, I don't, he's the one who needs to wear this, and it was his divisive rhetoric while the people
It wasn't even divisive.
And while they were here.
A vast majority of Canadians actually agreed with the usage of the Emergencies Act. And like, after seeing Doug Ford not come into the inquiry to give his tribunal, as well as like seeing the fucking like idiotic leaders of the protesters and like their psychopathic nonsense that they've been saying, and like had no fucking clue on like literally anything that was happening or whatever the fuck, or so they claim. Like, and then like seeing Justin Trudeau come in and like be reasonable about it and whatnot. Yeah, of course. And like that's not even going into like other cases like, you know, the Brenda Lucky's you know, for the most part inaction, and the controversy surrounding her during the Emergencies Act inquiry, or just the Emergencies Act in general, and like the protests, or the protests.
That just inflamed the situation beyond what it could have been.
Needs to wear this, but Justice Rouleau, despite some concerns about how we got here, does say he cleared the high bar. So isn't he wearing vindication today? Isn't that an argument they can make?
Well,
he is.
I think I'd be embarrassed if I was the government to think that this is a vindication by any stretch of the
What?
imagination. The fact that they actually had to invoke the act in the first place.
So then what would be a vindication then? You know, if like a vast majority of people came out to fucking protest, you know, to save the public healthcare system, would that and like, you know, it would hypothetically be used then, would that be like vindication to use it, and like it was justified in using it? Like, no, come on, man. Fucking idiot.
If this was a Poilievre government, we wouldn't have been in this spot. Quite honestly, we wouldn't have been.
Yeah, because these fucking, like, Pierre Poilievre would easily bend the knee to these fucking idiots. Because Pierre Poilievre is a fucking spineless coward who has no fucking idea of what he actually truly wants outside of, like, you know, fucking making the fucking Canadian currency crypto shit, which would devastate the economy. Letting, you know, like fascists and like white supremacists get away with a bunch of shit that that we see time and time again happening, like within like other countries, that you know and then a whole bunch of like other shit, and then like I don't know, probably give a fuck ton of money to corporations. So, you know, he's just a spineless coward. Like, he has no fucking like actual policies outside of slogans, which, you know, even
And
like
why is
that shit can't even be classified as like policies. Like, he's trying so hard, but he's like been drastically unpopular.
Because we wouldn't have been dividing Canadians on an issue that it's personal choice. And, you know, the rhetoric further inflamed people, it emboldened them, and it caused bitterness. And as a leader of our country, there's no
like
way
5
that
fucking
that
people.
is a responsible thing for leaders to do. I mean, you know, the commissioner talked about failed federalism. Well, it's failed because our leaders, the leader of this country, failed to respond appropriately.
I think if you read the section on failed federalism, it's more about the Ontario government's refusal to come to the table and do that. I just want to bring in Mr. Desjardins here. Blake Desjardins, did the NDP accept the high-level finding that the federal government met the threshold to invoke the Act?
Yeah, thanks for the question, David. And first, I just want to congratulate you on your work here. I understand you'll be the permanent host of Power and Politics, so I look forward to future discussions with you. But to the of course. But to the question, I do accept the findings by Commissioner Rouleau. I think it's important that all Canadians take a deep reflection about what has taken place throughout the findings identified by Commissioner Rouleau, because I think it's something in there that we can all learn. And of course, it was a reluctant decision by New Democrats and by the government to use these extraordinary powers, but it's only this unique circumstance where these extraordinary powers were made necessary because of the critical failings that Justice Rouleau found in our institutions.
And who do you blame for that, Mr. Desjardins? Who do the New Democrats blame for that? I know Mr. Mott says the Prime Minister wears some of that, but if you read the report, the discussions about failed federalism, it's a failure of policing, municipal governance, and the absence, certainly here in Ottawa, of the provincial government is where he seems to be going. Well, what's your take on that?
And he's right about all of that.
Well, I agree. You know, I think that there's 3 critical aspects that have to wear this. And a true, I think, a true reflection of the comments by Commissioner Rouleau identify, and you make mention of some of them, policing. We've seen at all levels, from the federal, provincial, and municipal levels, whether there was intelligence services led by federal or provincial authorities, and those authorities led by municipalities, the failure to communicate effectively between them was one of the most critical downfalls to how the situation ended up the way it was.
And spreading
in addition
information to
that,
them
we've
as
seen,
well.
Overt and direct non-participation by provinces, including that of Mr. Doug Ford in Ontario.
Mr. Motz, you were a former police officer back in Medicine
Oh,
Hat.
God, of course he
Don't come
is.
off looking very good in this
Of
finding.
course
What's
he
your
is,
take on that? 'Cause it
bro.
seems none of this even gets to the Emergencies Act point if the Ottawa police have a better plan.
Yeah, I'm careful not to criticize too heavily on law enforcement here, but when you look at the totality
Of course,
of the
bro.
situation, the response from a coordinated effort could have been.
I knew something felt off. I knew something felt off, bro. Of course he's a fucking former cop. Of course he is.
Improved upon, and I think there's some learning here to happen with that in that regard. And we certainly, I think, at the committee level, there will be some recommendations, much like Justice Rouleau did, to address some of those shortcomings with in the national capital.
But I wonder, though, I know you're going to be critical of the Prime Minister. I mean, I understand the Conservatives blame the Liberals for what happened here, and I understand the divide on the vaccine mandate issue and that. But the Emergencies Act presupposes that everyone up to the federal government also does their job. And when you look at this, clearly it wasn't done by Ottawa Police, and clearly, and Justice really calls it troubling, Ontario's absence here. So is it
But like, it's not surprising though. It's troubling, but it's not surprising. Like, for the most part, these were just like a bunch of fucking white people, like bored white people, right? But for a fact that if it was like a diverse crowd and group, they 100% would have took immediate action. 1000%.
How do you reconcile that when you talk about failed federalism being an issue with the Prime Minister and his language with what we've seen cataloged quite clearly as failures by lower orders of government?
Well, at the Special Joint Committee, we heard some rather disturbing testimony about some would call it political interference at the city level here in Ottawa. There's infighting within the police board, within the police service. That did not aid in the whole issue of the response to this. But I mean, I think we have to go back to the very beginning. Why did this occur? What brought these people here in the first place? They wanted their government to listen to their concerns, and their government largely ignored them. And that's troubling. Blake Rouleau made it very, very clear. Listen, if there was, there were those that were fringe, a very, very, very small minority of those who were here were not here, how the rest of the protesters were here and the purpose for it, and the message got lost. But
what?
The fact that we have Canadians who...
The message didn't get lost. They they knew what their fucking message was, and they wouldn't shut up about it, and still won't shut up about it. So their message wasn't lost.
Who are contributing members of our society, and they feel that their government doesn't listen to them, that's a troubling precedent to set.
Blake Desjardins, the Prime Minister, was asked about that today, and he said, we need to do a better job of listening to people, but they need to do an equally better job of listening to the government and what people who support vaccine mandates and don't and believe in the power of vaccines, what they were saying.
Which was most
I don't need to tell you both,
people.
There's quite a polarization and a divide in our politics right now that's not good for anybody. Right. I mean, a year after this and with these findings and the role disinformation and division played in this, I mean, Blake Desjardins, what needs to happen to make sure we don't end up in a situation like this as a country again?
Well, David, that's one of the most important questions that Commissioner Rouleau points out. Yeah. A majority of what he's finding here is the fact that there was influences beyond the government's control, one. In particular, the lack of regulations, laws, and safeguards that would protect regular Canadians from misinformation and disinformation. And to put in an example, he often cites the work that's being taken place in social media. Social media, he reviews 3 of them in particular. He talks about the use of Instagram and Facebook and, versus Twitter, for example, in terms of how these ideologies are being spread. And in addition to that, he also mentions the unique circumstances Canadians find themselves in during this time. It was a pandemic and people were isolated. So they weren't going out to the community barbecues. They weren't going out to their bingos. They weren't going out to the ski hill to talk about these things.
What the fuck is
have that
going on to
regular check-in
bingo?
with one another. And so we've seen the worst case scenario for Canadians, an isolated, scary time where they were forced to look into their phones or
Yes. No wonder why it was a bunch of like fucking boomers who went. You telling me I can't go down to the fucking place to play bingo where I get my ass kicked in bingo and not win any crappy prizes? Damn, brother, I don't know what to do. I guess I'm gonna go to Ottawa and protest about it. Yay. Oh, that is that is funny.
into a computer screen and see information that would otherwise mislead them to maybe doing something that would otherwise damage or harm them in the future. And I think that the clear words and evidence by Justice Rouleau in that fact is evident and clear. And I want to work with all parliamentarians, including the Conservatives, to truly see, hopefully, a unanimous work towards the outcomes identified by Justice Rouleau. I'm not interested in some of the partisanship that I've been hearing so far. I'm interested in making sure that Canadians can be united in the work.
I mean, like, you already know for a fact that the Conservatives aren't going to support, Justice Rouleau's decision at all. Like, they're not going to. So, being hopeful is just silly, right? But, yeah, you just can't. You just can't rely on them for, like, literally fucking anything.
That's necessary to ensure this never happens again. Because I agree that this was an extraordinary step that should never be taken again. It's not something we come to lightly, and it needs to be addressed. And Justice Rouleau gives us the answers, and I invite all parliamentarians to take that seriously and to look at the recommendations and formulate laws that will actually get those outcomes.
Glenn Motz, just a quick thought on how do you move past this anger? I mean, I know the Prime Minister takes it a bit on the chin for some of his comments from last January, but solving it is much bigger than just that, right? Than the Prime Minister dialing back some of his rhetoric. How do you just move past this in the country?
Well, I think a couple things. All parliamentarians, certainly this government, needs to realize that we need to govern for the people, not of the people. We need
Bro,
to
that's rich coming. That is rich coming from fucking Conservatives. Like, no, the fucking Conservatives don't give a shit about the people. Like, for all they care, they could turn them into like fucking biomatter, right? They do not give a shit. But like, idiots will see him saying this and be like, oh, he's on my side, right? Like, the government, the federal Liberal government isn't really doing anything about, price gouging, for example. But they'll see idiots like him being like, oh yeah, no, the government's supposed to be working for the people, and it's not working for the people. Despite the fact that, the Conservatives work even less for the fucking people. Like, what?
People are heard and listened to, and if you listen to many people across this country, they think the only way that this will actually get past this and offer people hope is a change of government, a Conservative government.
Okay, all right. Well, Glenn Motz,
yeah, a Conservative government will definitely fucking fix like every single fucking problem that we have instead of exacerbate the problem. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I remember what happened underneath fucking Stephen Harper and other similar fucking prime ministers. Yeah, they definitely helped out the fucking Canadian people for sure. All right, let's move on to the 2 articles that I want to talk about. A year to the day after police started demonstrating the large-scale Freedom Convoy protest, had blockaded a large swath of downtown Ottawa. Justice Paul Warlow delivered his report into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act. While he ultimately found the threshold was met to invoke the act, there was plenty of blame to throw around as to how we got there. Oh, it's a fucking... I want to listen to a podcast. Commissioner Paul Rollo said on Friday that the federal government met the very high threshold needed to invoke the Emergencies Act last winter, citing a failure in policing and federalism. Lawful protest descended into lawlessness, accumulating in a national emergency, he wrote in his highly anticipated report, tabled Friday in the House of Commons. Invocation of the Emergencies Act is a drastic move, but it was not a directional one, or a dictatorial one, sorry. The document sheds new light on one of the most controversial decisions ever made by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government. On February 14th, 2022, Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act to end the protests that had blocked downtown Ottawa's streets for nearly a month. The protesters were very angry with the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, including vaccine requirements. They parked very large vehicles on key arteries in the capital city and honked their horns insanely for days. It was the first time the law has been triggered since 1998, or since it was created in 1998. These two, right?
A year after the Emergencies Act
Oh wait,
was used.
we watched that. Let's watch this.
After careful reflection, I have concluded that the very high threshold required for the invocation of the Act was met. In particular, for reasons that I discuss in detail in the report, I have concluded that when the decision was made to invoke the Act on February 14th, 2022, Cabinet had reasonable grounds to believe that there existed a national emergency arising from threats to the security of Canada that necessitated the taking of special temporary measures. I do not come to this conclusion easily, as I do not consider the factual basis for it to be overwhelming. Reasonable and informed people could reach a different conclusion than the one I have arrived at. In the report, I chronicle the origins of the Freedom Convoy. I conclude that it was not an organization with clear leadership. Rather, it was a movement comprised of people who shared certain social, economic, and political grievances, but also had countless individual views. Many of the protesters' concerns long predated COVID-19 pandemic. They were rooted in feelings of loss of place within Canadian society, alienation, economic anxieties, and loss of faith in government. That said, the pandemic and responding public health measures were an important motivator that caused the Freedom Convoy to mobilize. Some will want my report to make findings or conclusions about COVID itself, or the correctness of how government responded to it. Those people may be disappointed. My mandate is not about the pandemic or public health policy. Those are important topics, but not ones with which I have been tasked. I do, however, make two observations. First, The COVID-19 pandemic was perhaps a once-in-a-generation crisis. Governments, federal, provincial, municipal, responded in good faith to circumstances as they understood them. Second, however one views those responses, they imposed real hardships on thousands of Canadians.
By invoking the Act, the federal government gave law enforcement extraordinary powers to remove and arrest protesters, and gave itself the power to freeze the finances of those connected to the protest. The temporary emergency powers also gave authorities the ability to commandeer tow trucks to remove protesters' vehicles from the streets of the capital. The law defines a national emergency as a situation that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada. Further, a public order emergency can only be invoked when there is a threat to the security of Canada as defined by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act. In my view, there was credible and compelling information supporting a reasonable belief that the definition of a threat to security of Canada was met, Rouleau wrote in his exclusive summary, which runs for more than 200 pages. The full report is 10 times that length. I have concluded that Cabinet was reasonably concerned that the situation it was facing was worsening and at risk of becoming dangerous and unmanageable.
Obviously, it took failures. It took systems that weren't able to solve a situation that ideally would have been able to solve by a robust set of institutions and principles like we have in Canada, that we would need to invoke an Emergencies Act. It is unfortunate. It was undesirable. We didn't want to do it. But we'd gotten to a place where there was no other choice to keep Canadians safe, we felt, than to do this, and that's what we did. And indeed, the Commissioner found that, yes, we met that very high bar. There should be a very high bar for invoking the Emergencies Act, and we hit that. In looking at all the lessons to be learned so that we don't have to hit that high bar again, so that we can deal with situations of emergency, there are many lessons. And obviously, as a federal government, we will continue to do everything we can to work collaboratively across orders of government with partners in the provinces and territories, work with municipalities, and make sure we are able to deal with the challenges that are coming at us. I think there are reflections for other orders of government as well as what they can draw from this Commissioner's report. And I certainly recommend all of my fellow First Ministers to read this report carefully.
The Ontario Court of Appeal Justice said he reached his conclusion with some reluctance. I do not come to this conclusion easily, as I do not consider the factual basis for it to be overwhelming, he said in statements he gave after his report was made public. Reasonable and informed people could have reached a different conclusion than the one that I have arrived at. While Rouleau's report largely exacerbates Trudeau regarding his decision to invoke the Emergencies Act, the government does not escape criticism. He said most of the measures put in place by the federal cabinet in response to the emergency were appropriate and effective, including the most controversial step taken by the government freezing the bank accounts of protest participants. We've already watched this. But he said elements of the emergency economic measures fell short. For example, Rouleau said there should have been a delisting mechanism for frozen accounts. If one of the objectives of the freezing regime was to convince people to leave protest sites, the regime should have had a mechanism to unfreeze accounts once people had complied, he said. The absence of any specific rules about unfreezing caused concern for financial institutions who were unclear how to determine an individual listed. A report provided by the RCMP was no longer a designated person. The commission also heard evidence that individuals with no connection to the protests were affected by the freeze orders if they had a joint account. It is clearly unjust for individuals with no connection to the protest to have their accounts frozen, Rouleau wrote. The difficulty, however, is that this appears to have been unavoidable. Responding to the report, Trudeau said it was a failure of systems that led to his government's decision. It was unfortunate. It was undesirable. We didn't want to do it, he said during a news conference on Friday. We'd gotten into a place where there were no other choice. Where there was no other choice to keep Canadians safe than to do this. Rouleau's report saved some criticism for the Prime Minister himself. He said Trudeau's reference on January 27th to some protesters as a fringe minority likely inflamed the situation and hardened protesters' resolve. I wish I had phrased it differently, Trudeau said. If I could choose my words more carefully, things would have been easier. Rouleau also concluded that the federal consultation, which the provinces before invoking the Emergencies Act was adequate, but could and likely should have been better. Oh boy, we get to talk about Dougie. His report makes 56 recommendations to improve intelligence sharing, police response to wide-scale protests, and the Emergencies Act itself. Rouleau reserved some of his blistering remarks to Ontario's government. I find the province of Ontario's reluctance to become fully engaged in such efforts directed at resolving the situation in Ottawa troubling, he said. Rouleau said Premier Doug Ford and his cabinet were absent during a crisis in a city in their jurisdiction and skipped out on to tripartite meetings with the federal and city representatives trying to collaborate on a plan. Given that the city and its police service were clearly overwhelmed with it was incumbent on the province by becoming visibly, publicly, and wholeheartedly engaged from the outset, Rouleau wrote. Rouleau said claims by some witnesses that the Ontario government was trying to avoid political responsibility were hard for him to access because Ford's government did not participate, fully in the inquiry. The Public Order Emergencies Commission summoned Ford and Deputy Minister Sylvia Jones, or Deputy Premier Sylvia Jones, to testify, but they resisted by filing an application of a judicial review and seeking a stay of the summons. The federal court judge subsequently ruled Gordon Jones did not have to testify because of their immunity afforded to them by parliamentary privilege. Wow. English.
Yeah, I wish I had said that differently.
Here's him admitting that he wish he had worded things differently. I ultimately don't think it matters. It's just a matter of
over the past months, not just
aesthetics.
Freshly from this commissioner's report. I wish I had phrased it differently. The fact is, there is a very small number of people in this country who deliberately spread misinformation and disinformation that led to Canadians' deaths, that led to excessive hardship in people who believed them. I continue to be very, very firm against those individuals. But that is a small subset of people who were just hurting and worried and wanting to be heard. And as much as I tried to emphasize throughout the time that, of course, we're always going to stand up for freedom of speech and freedom to protest peacefully, I wish I hadn't said something that was able to be spread larger. If I had chosen my words a bit careful, been more specific, I think things might have been a bit easier.
The commissioner said that moments of urgency required leaders of governments of all levels to rise above politics and collaborate for the common good. Unfortunately, in January and February of 2022, this did not happen, he wrote. Trudeau said the comment deserves consideration. I think we all have to make sure we are reflecting on what to take away from that, he said. The Ottawa Police Service also gets poor marks for the justice who wrote that if the city police had properly accessed the information and intelligence at their fingertips, it would have told a different story. He said the city police response was marred by a lack of poor planning, intelligence failures, and internal dysfunction. Nose? It's not a nose. I thought that was a nose. Much of the disarray in Ontario or Ottawa was a result of the OSP's or OPS's incorrect belief regarding how long the protests would last, the report said. Ottawa police had access to multiple sources of intelligence that together showed that there was a strong possibility that the Ottawa protests would extend past the first weekend, contrary to what the OPS command believed. While Rouleau takes aim at some of the former Ottawa police Ottawa Police Chief Paul Solly leadership choices and decisions, he also said that it would be too easy to attribute all of the shortfalls and errors to him. As well, some errors of Chief Solly's part were unduly enlarged by others to a degree that suggests scapegoating, he wrote. Rouleau praised officials in Windsor, Ontario, where protests blocked the Ambassador Bridge, a key trade corridor, or avoiding the mistake of the Ottawa police. Unlike in Ottawa, police adjourned in Windsor proceeded swiftly and smoothly, the commissioner wrote. Yeah, the only reason why is because it was going to be hurting Doug Ford's, was going to be hurting Ontario's economy. That's the only reason why it actually took, like, or why it was, like, very, very quick of a response. The report said that the Ottawa Police Service's response didn't get much better as the protests continued past the first weekend because it did not develop an overall operational plan to resolve the situation. Without contingency plans, the operational plan counted on by the best and did not plan for the worst, Rouleau wrote. During 6 weeks of testimony last fall, a public order emergency commission heard from more than 70 witnesses, including cabinet ministers and protesters. Rouleau wrote that the spark for the early 2022 protests was more than 2 years of COVID-19 restrictions and the federal government's decision to require that commercial truck drivers would be vaccinated in order to enter Canada. Growing distrust in government in certain segments of the population, coupled with government's response to COVID-19, exacerbated the pre-existing dynamic. Rouleau said he accepts that COVID-19 had a profound impact on Canadians, and they had a right to lawfully protest what they saw as government overreach. I do not accept the organizers' descriptions of the protest in Ottawa as lawful, calm, peaceful, or something resembling a celebration, Rouleau wrote. The bigger picture reveals the situation in Ottawa was unsafe and chaotic. He also dismissed the organizers' claims that they were unaware of the acts of harassment and intimidation directed at local residents. Rouleau's report said while there's no reason to believe that the self-styled Freedom Convoy was the product of a foreign disinformation campaign, the movement was marked by disinformation and misinformation. I mean, I'm sure they took a little bit of inspiration from January 6th, right? Like, no shot that they didn't. During the COVID-19 pandemic, foreign state actors had significant success spreading false information about COVID-19, public health measures, and vaccines done as a means to sow mistrust in democratic governments, the report said. The Associated Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cynthia Schuizen suggested that really wasn't that much need for a foreign state actor to engage significantly in the convoy information environment because it was already such a high level of disinformation surrounding it. Ultimately, Rouleau concludes it is regrettable that such a situation arose here because, in my view, it could have been avoided. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association, which had standing during the Commission's hearing, said it would proceed with its judicial review of the government's decision to invoke the emergencies or to invoke the act, which is before the federal court. It is significant that in his statement today, the factual bias underlying his conclusion was not overwhelming, and that reasonable and informed people could make a different could come to a different conclusion than the one he did, said lawyer Cara Weibel. Our view is that this threshold was not met. Rouleau's report made many recommendations for reform. Here are a few. 1. The federal government, in conjunction with provincial, indigenous, and territorial governments and police and intelligence agencies, should develop protocols on information sharing, intelligence gathering, and distribution. 2. Those same parties should consider the creation of a single nation intelligence coordinator for major events of a national or interprovincial or interterritorial demonstration. 3. The province of Ontario should consider creating a major event management unit. 4. The federal government, in conjunction with other governments and with police services, should comprehensively examine the scope of limitations on police powers in relations to protest activities. 5. The federal government should examine the question of whether a department or agency of the government should have the authority and responsibility to monitor and report on information contained in social media. 6. The federal government should indicate decisions with provincial and territorial governments in consultation with indigenous governments and affected municipalities to identify crucial trade, transportation corridors, and infrastructure, and establish protocols to protect them. Rouleau also made recommendations regarding the Emergencies Act itself. 1. The reference to the Emergencies Act to the definition of threats to security of Canada in the CSIS Act should be removed. 2. The Emergencies Act should be amended to require that the government deliver to the commissioner or the commission a comprehensive statement setting out a factual and legal basis for the declaration and measures adopted, including the view of the Minister of Justice of Canada as to whether the decision was consistent with the purpose and provocations of the Emergencies Act, and whether the measures taken under the Act were necessary and consent with the Charter. 3. When a government declares a public order emergency, it should be bounded to produce to a public commission all of the inputs to cabinet and to ministers in the issue. 4. 4. The government should be obligated to provide a commission of inquiry with all of its documents and information without redactions due to irrelevance, national security, confidentiality, or similar public interest privileges. Trudeau committed Friday to having a plan in place over the next 6 months to tackle the recommendations. The NDP says the report serves a warning. During a news conference, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre accused Trudeau of dividing Canadians. He is the division, he said. He purposely is to divide and conquer. He believes that if he can turn Canadians against each other, then they'll forget how miserable life has become after 8 years tax hikes, inflation, and out of control cost of living. The NDP's Matthew Green thanked Rouleau for his report and for the commission's work. It is clear that Justice Rouleau believes in the highest standards, the thresholds for the invocation and of the act were met, he said. Green said that the report should serve as a warning to Canadians about what happens when there is a failure at all levels of government, in policing, and in societal cohesion. This report is an indictment of the failures of multiple levels of policing to coordinate a response to the growing unrest and disruption, and ultimately the harm caused to citizens across the country, he said. So yeah. So now I want to touch on the Doug Ford wedding. Like, Doug Ford's daughter got married, and conveniently, a lot, like, for one, getting a ticket to go to this wedding was, like, I believe it was $150, and for two, a lot of his, like, business friends were all sitting at his table, and it's very convenient considering that he's passing a lot of provisions that are allowing them to, you know, say, build on the Greenbelt, or the privatization of healthcare or whatever. Like, we're slowly learning more and more of who was actually at the wedding and who was at Doug Ford's table. Government appointees also attended Doug Ford's daughter's wedding. This is not surprising. Provincial appointees and a lobbyist joined Parliament, or potent developers, as guests at the wedding of Premier Doug Ford's daughter, according to seating charts of the celebration. One guest was appointed by Ford's cabinet to sit on a provincial agency 2 months after sharing a table with Premier at the September wedding. Is that really it? Damn, bro. Okay. Yeah, basically, like, it's fucking terrible that this shit is, like, happening and whatever. But, like, it's not surprising, right? Because he's very buddy-buddy with, like, a lot of fucking CEOs and, like, business people and fucking lobbyists and shit like that, so I'm not really surprised. So yeah, and now the NDP is asking for an investigation into Doug Ford over fundraising party, his daughter's wedding. Not really surprising. don't really know why I can't read the article. So yeah, let's move on to Twitter is apparently disabling two-step authentication for non-subscription users, which is not surprising at all. Like, honestly, like, Elon just keeps running fucking Twitter into the ground more and more, man.
Disabling two-factor authentication via text for users who don't subscribe to Twitter Blue. A prompt is telling users to remove the feature by March 19th in order to avoid losing access to the app. Well, here to discuss this a little more is Ritesh Kotak, tech and cybersecurity expert. Ritesh, thanks for being with us.
I mean, it's really funny considering that, you know, Twitter will be fucking joining Spotify in, like, in that regard. And, like, there's already been, like, security breaches in Twitter and whatever. So that's cool. And, like, I imagine it's only going to get worse when, you know, two-factor authentication for someone or for non-Twitter Blue subscribers is going to inevitably fucking, you know, destroy the fucking app. Like, it could easily fucking destroy the app.
Thank you for having me. Hard to imagine why Twitter would be doing this when we've been told repeatedly by so many different sources over the last couple of years that two-factor authentication is one of the best ways to protect ourselves in a world of a billion passwords.
Absolutely. And there's kind of two components to this. The first one is what they are removing is the SMS or text-based authentication. So that's when you log in and you get a one-time code, a text message that tells you to put in that code and then get access. So what they're really promoting here is using authentication apps or security keys. Now, these are free mobile apps that could be downloaded that individuals will need to authenticate into, and you essentially get a challenge every time you log in. But there's another component of this, and that is a commercial component. It comes down to dollars and cents.
Like, the main question I have is, are businesses like political figureheads or politicians, political figure or public figureheads, you know, actresses, actors, stuff like that, are they gonna have to fucking pay for this, right? Because if they do, chances are they're gonna, like, advertisers are gonna pull more fucking funding from Twitter, and you know, more people are gonna fucking leave the app.
Every time that code gets sent via text message, Twitter actually ends up getting charged. And Elon Musk and Twitter are claiming that there's actually fraud involved in that, where Twitter has lost about $60 million. So it's twofold.
It sounds twofold. And when it comes to this type of security, I mean, could this make users more vulnerable?
Yes.
It will make users more vulnerable. Users who are on using two-factor authentication that's text-based, who don't end up switching by March 19th, because what's going to happen is that feature will essentially be removed. Where this becomes problematic is if you're reusing passwords or if there's a breach, then there's that level of protection that comes with two-factor won't be there. So I think what's going to happen is post March 19th, there are going to be individuals and accounts that are going to get hacked, and we're going to be going through this all over again.
So, Ritesh, if Twitter's doing this, do you think we could see other social media apps following suit? And,
no.
I mean, it sounds like they're kind of farming out the responsibility for this.
Yeah, so there has...
If they do, like, it will, like, the thing is like, two-factor authentication is put in place for a reason, right? Because for one, it's incredibly popular. And for two, it's, you know, if people get hacked and, like, their information and shit gets leaked, like, people are going to stop using that fucking site, right?
There's been a huge push within the tech industry to move away from text-based SMS verification. And the reason for that is there are vulnerabilities, SIM swapping being one of them. Numbers could be forwarded. So there are, it's not 100% secure. These authentication apps and security keys are much more secure because we are moving to what we call a passwordless world. So a lot of tech companies, Microsoft included, has been pushing the fact that we want you to use authentication apps, not SMS. It's economical for them, but it's also more secure for the user. So yes, we will see more of this.
Okay, well, I appreciate you explaining that. I guess the other question I would have is what other security features are still available that users can use to protect their account?
The best way is don't reuse passwords. That is step number one. It's very simple, but enable the authentication apps. The two big ones are Google Authenticator or Microsoft's Authenticator, and or get a security key. These are physical devices. They can be costly. They could range from $50 up to $100 and onwards, but it will make you secure. It's a good investment.
Okay, and that shift happening in a matter of weeks, so I guess a lot of people will be
Okay. So yeah, Loblaw's profits are up as Canadians are struggling. Like I said earlier, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was up. I think like their first quarter was 25 billion in profits, all things considered.
Food prices are soaring, and Loblaw says customers are shopping more often at discount grocers. That helped boost its earnings. But at No Frills, there is still plenty of frustration.
Companies, they have no heart. They always want to make the same amount or more.
I do believe it costs them more, but not as much as they're extorting from people.
They're both right.
Loblaw, along with competitors Empire and Metro, have come under scrutiny lately. All three companies insist they're not taking advantage of inflation to pad profits. Loblaw CEO Galen Weston says higher costs are just being passed on from suppliers, and the sticker shock could continue in the coming months.
We still have over 1,000 supplier requests on our desks for significant cost increases.
Big food manufacturers
Yeah,
say
you want to know who? Him and, other fucking massive, or people with like massive investments and like, donors and shit, right? And like other people who have like, or higher up within the fucking company too.
they're facing higher costs for labor, raw materials, and transportation. So General Mills and Nestle plan to hike prices again this year.
It's not surprising.
But many consumers have directed their
Recession is coming, boys. Let's go.
frustration at grocers, calling it greedflation.
Whether or not greedflation is at play is really, really difficult to nail down.
Still, some experts say 80% of grocery sales are controlled by 5 retail chains, and it's cause
They
for
are.
concern.
There is also a question mark about the role
And
of
they also push out like fucking mom and pop grocery chains too, or grocery stores.
market concentration and a lack of competition in driving up these food prices.
The debate over whether retailers have raised prices too much is ongoing, from produce aisles to Parliament Hill.
This, unfortunately, is a symptom of an overheated economy.
And from the Bank of Canada governor, a warning.
The companies do need to normalize their pricing behavior. That's part of getting back to 2% inflation.
And the funny thing is that the fuck was I gonna say? I don't remember now.
Businesses need to get price increases.
Oh, and
under-
the funny thing is that there's been speculation about the Bank of Canada raising interest rates up by 2% again. That's just speculation. I don't know if it's true or not, but I guess we will see within like the coming weeks to see if that's true or not. And if that happens, then, prices are going to go up even more.
under control soon, where the central bank says it could take action with more interest rate hikes to slow the stubborn inflation that Canadians have endured for too long.
Nisha, there are a few groups looking into what's going on with food prices. Can you walk us through what they're finding?
Adrian, there have been ongoing parliamentary hearings now. The committee has specifically summoned the CEOs of Loblaw, Metro, and Empire to explain their profits.
We'll see if they actually appear. The Competition Bureau is also looking at whether there's too much corporate concentration. It's supposed to release recommendations in June. And finally, there's something that's called the Grocery Code of Conduct in the works, almost like a watchdog that many industry watchers hope will even the playing field in the grocery sector. And Adrian, for Canadians dealing with those soaring food prices, any kind of change can't come soon enough.
Yeah, no kidding. Nisha, thank you.
Okay. So I have a feeling that that conservative media is trying to push like fear mongering when it comes to cannabis use, because now allegedly they're saying there's an increased risk of heart disease with daily use of cannabis, which maybe if you're referring to, like, say, smoking, but I'm not too sure on like other forms of consumption, but time will
The
tell.
study has found that daily use of marijuana increases the risk of heart disease. The study from Stanford University finds daily use can raise a person's risk of coronary artery disease by a third compared to those who never partake. People who used pot only once a month or less had no significant risk. The American Heart Association also warned in 2020 that smoking or vaping any substance, including cannabis, should be avoided due to the risk of harm to the heart, lung, and blood vessels. Lungs, that is, and blood vessels.
All right, I don't really want to fucking cover the China, like the China and Russia stuff. Like, frankly, I don't really care too much right now. So, let's see. I'm looking through a list here of stuff. Guess we could watch that. What's the wisecrack? Because I'm kind of curious to see what they're gonna say.
We were very disappointed to hear about the felony domestic violence charges against.
So yeah, like Justin Roiland came out, you know, was like, or it was like found out that he did some not too great of shit, and he was kicked off of doing shows like, say, like Rick and Morty or Solar Opposites, or and like other things he had a hand in. Be interesting to see what happens with those shows. So, like, yeah, it will be interesting. So, this is a very good question. You know, good art and then like created like by bad people. Like I remember having this discussion a couple years back when the creator of a really damn good anime that was Recovery of an MMO Junkie was coming out and everything, and then later on it was found out that the creator was like retweeting like Nazi shit and stuff like that. So it's very, very, it can be a very complicated subject. For me, it's more or less of like I to a certain point I want to look over what? Where was that coming from? To a certain point, I want to look past it, right? And just enjoy like the art and stuff, but at the same time, like there is also that like the aspect of like you're still technically like supporting them. Like I know that there was a gigantic like thing going on with people when it came down to J.K. Rowling and Hogwarts Legacy, right? And you know, like the thing is like people are still gonna play it, right? And like when it comes to like say leftists who want to play it or something like that, we can like you know, make it like a charity stream or advocate for the exact opposite things that the creators of the series were going against, right? Like I know a lot of people got flack for it, so it's just fucking great. I like, for me personally, like if you want to watch like say Recovery of an MMO Junkie or Rick and Morty, or if you want to play fucking Hogwarts Legacy or some shit, I don't really give a shit, right? Like, you do what you want to, but like at the same time, just recognize and understand that, you know, the creators have done awful shit and stand with people doing awful shit. I do think comparatively, Justin Roiland's apology was a lot better than others, but I still don't think it was a great thing that he did that shit to begin with. So,
Roiland earlier this month, as well as the new allegations of his inappropriate conduct and messages with women and underage girls. And just a quick heads up, in this video, we are not going to get into the specifics of the accusations against Roiland. So if that's the sort of thing that you just do not feel like hearing about today, you're good. We're not going to get into it. Now, Roiland was promptly dropped by Hulu and Adult Swim, though Rick and Morty is set to carry on without him. While Roiland has been roundly condemned, his ousting raises the age-old question of whether we can separate the art from the artist.
You're not going to believe this because it usually never happens, but I made a mistake.
Is it possible, much less moral, to continue to enjoy the art of bad people?
I do think to a certain extent you can. Like I did give examples earlier, right? You know, if you're like, say if you're going to be streaming Hogwarts Legacy, you could say like do a charity event for like trans people, right? There are things that you definitely can do in order to counteract it, for sure. But, you know, to like, as long as like people just like acknowledge like the fucking horrible shit that, you know, the creators of a form of art have done, I still think that you should be able to, like, you know, watch, play it, whatever the fuck you want to do, or whatever fucking kind of art it is, right?
Well, let's find out in this Wisecrack edition, can we separate the art from the artist? Now, philosophers and artists alike have been chewing on this question at least as far back as Plato, which is very far back. Plato's older than Jesus. Now,
and like after, like with the surfacing of you know, the Justin Roiland shit and the resurfacing of the transphobia shit with J.K. Rowling, like it definitely is, you know, getting a lot of attention now. For me, within like the anime community, we did have that like a couple years ago with MMO Junkie. You know, this isn't something new. Like, people have been like asking this time and time again. Like, every different community has had their conversations about it, for sure, and everything. So
for Plato, art is a sort of imitation, and at its best, it exhibits a beauty that reflects a type of moral goodness. However, because art is also influential, he was worried that it could persuade people via emotions, thus distracting them from actual truth and morality, what he called the forms. Now, this is why in the Republic, he's skeptical about having too many artists, if any, living in his ideal city. Plus, they probably wouldn't be able to afford rent and would have to live in like a neighborhood on the other side of the river from Plato City where lofts were cheaper. But in recent history, it's gotten even more complicated, specifically since the early to mid 20th century, a time when Western fine art and art criticism was overtaken by formalism. As Eric Atala Mathis explains in his book, Drawing the Line, formalism was the view that the nature and purpose of art did not extend beyond the formal features of the work and the relationships among them. Painting was about line, shape, color, arrangement, and the way that these formal features evoked a distinctive aesthetic response in the viewer. Similarly, other forms of art were increasingly appreciated solely for their formal aspects, rather than their context, whether historical, political, or as it pertained to the artist. This was an era
Yeah, like for the most part, like, you know, people, you know, enjoy like all different forms of art, right? And like, you know, there are definitely like when it comes down to like more like modern art, right, or whatever, you know, though especially within like very fucking conservative or fascist communities, they tend to be like, oh yeah, don't look at like modern art because, you know, it's fucking bad and shit. There's an excellent video by Jacob Guller on YouTube about modern art and fascism. But yeah, it's great.
of art for art's sake, which is easy to understand when you're looking at things like abstract expressionism, which is probably where formalist criticism flourished at the time. But it's a lot harder when a piece of art is obviously meant to be engaged with based on its context. Take Picasso's Guernica, which was explicitly commenting on the violence of war. Or more recently, take a song like NWA's F*** the Police, which was about, well, yeah, you get it. It's basically all there in the title. However, Mathis notes that the influence of formalism was predictably short-lived. And in recent decades, philosophers and other experts have returned with gusto to examining questions about the ethical criticism of art. That's why nowadays, plenty of people take for granted the fact that art can be morally bad, like the people who create it. If Guernica is a moral triumph for its condemnation of violence, wouldn't
again, like you know, during Nazi Germany, for example, right? There was like a lot of morally bad art that, you know, they displayed. Obviously, that the morally bad art that they're referring to generally revolves around like fascist tendencies and like fascist outlooks, right?
a painting, say, glorifying violence, necessarily be the opposite? But even if art can be morally bad, does that moral ugliness necessarily make it aesthetically worse? So for example, take a song like Blurred Lines, which has a morally terrible take on consent, but does that preclude it from being a banger, you know, on a musical level?
I don't know.
Is the song less good because the lyrics lack moral value? Now, according to one ethical criticism of art, the way you reconcile ethical and aesthetic criticism is, as Mathis puts it, by looking to what the work asks of us. Many works of art aim to elicit specific responses to the work. They urge us to feel certain ways or think particular thoughts. Mathis notes that the same way a joke becomes less funny when the timing sucks,
Ooh, you're not prying this out of my hands.
it could also be less funny because it's racist.
Why don't we just
Yep.
defer No to case. Mr.
Mr. Brown.
All right. Okay, first test. I will
What?
not call you that.
Well, it's my name. It's not a test.
In this way, the morality of the content becomes
I haven't
just
watched
another
The
one of many
Office,
features
so
of
I
a
don't
work of art
fucking
that
get
makes
it.
better or
But like,
worse
that's
aesthetically. To
kind
really
of
drive
fucking
home the point
bad,
about
right? So
how tricky it is to assign morality to art, the author brings up notable failed painter Hitler. Obviously, Hitler was one of the most heinous human beings ever. Hot take.
I mean, like, honestly, like seeing his art and shit, you know, it's dog shit. Like, he would have, no wonder why he fucking didn't become an artist. Like, the art teacher, like, probably fucking like graded him very fucking poorly because like he has no idea of like perception and shit like that. Like even I have like an understanding of perception and shit, and I'm fucking terrible at drawing and art. Like like just awful. I think we got like the best outcome when it came down to it. No, I kid.
I know. His art, however, had nothing to say. The paintings were largely just
Yeah, like he tried to do like hyper realistic shit, but like realistically it's just like all fucking straight lines, right? Like look at here, like it's nothing but a fucking straight line. Like there's no fucking perspective. Like this building, like in comparison, is like it's terrible, right?
So you might not want one in your house.
Yeah, like straight line, straight line, straight line, straight line. It's like pretty much all fucking straight lines and shit. And like this looks fucking painted on, not gonna lie. Like it's fucking terrible.
The art itself isn't particularly
And like what are these fucking windows? It's just like all squares too. Come on, bro.
immoral because it doesn't ask you to subscribe to, Nazism.
I'm thinking that maybe that painting could be an original Hitler. Yes! Yeah! Holy dude, this is
Wait,
huge!
what?
Now, in this way, Mathis writes, the relevance of the artist immorality needs to be established. Mathis further distinguishes between moral condemnation and aesthetic criticism, arguing that sometimes art is good even if its creator is morally reprehensible. I am for the opposite.
Yeah, like I had mentioned earlier, Recovery of MMO Junkie. It's a really good show, but it was fucking graded by a Nazi. Like it was like when I watched it, I remember like thoroughly enjoying it and everything, and it was really good. It told a really fucking good story, right?
Life, making horrible art, but being a great guy. On the other hand, some moral flaws in art can impact our aesthetic interpretations, or at least our reactions. That's especially true when the circumstances of the work's creation reveal some moral ickiness. Okay, now take a song from one of my favorites, Aaliyah. Now her song Age Ain't Nothing But a Number was a banger.
Was it? I didn't really like fucking listen to her.
But it gets pretty gross when you realize it was performed by a 15-year-old and was written by the 27-year-old she was secretly married to at the time. You know who it is, R. Kelly, a man who's
Ew,
since been
fucking gross. And like, of course it was fucking R. Kelly, man.
accused
It's not
of
surprising.
100 sex crimes and is officially on the you can't do karaoke of his songs list. Now maybe you can set this aside because you just love the song, or maybe you change the station every time it comes on. The moral and the aesthetic aren't necessarily intrinsically connected, but depending on our own individual ethics and experiences, they can be. Mathis establishes 3 categories to help us parse through this debate. Now 1, there's the moral criticism of a person, the artist. 2, the aesthetic criticism of an artwork. And 3, the moral criticism of an artwork. Now the first 2 are straightforward, if open to individual interpretation, but the moral criticism of an artwork is tricky. Now as Mathis writes, we reserve moral criticism for people, not objects. The knife-wielding murderer is bad. The knife is just a knife in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, that doesn't make art morally neutral. As Mathis adds, because these works call on the audience to have certain responses to their content, we can ask whether those responses are fitting, morally or otherwise.
I mean,
Now,
like the knife argument I've heard like a lot of fucking idiots make about guns too, right? But like, there are some things that are going to be inherently more fucking destructive than other things, right?
cliche examples here include things like Triumph of the Will or Birth of a Nation, both formally impressive films that promote violently hateful worldviews. In perpetuating these worldviews, they prompted immoral responses in many viewers. These questions come up every time Woody Allen makes a film, or when we examine the film.
I mean, like, I do also think that, like, when, when this shit like happens and whatever, like it's a really good time to like just have a discussion about like the kind of art or like the contents of the arts, and like criticize it, as well as like the and the artist and stuff like that, right?
Of Roman Polanski. For decades, cinephiles have defended these men, often by disparaging their victims. This defensiveness suggests that a lot of people can't separate the art from the artist. So they need the artist to be innocent, or for their offense to be not that bad, thus exhibiting the inability to accept that bad men could create good films. Particularly in the case of Allen, much like R. Kelly, the very things he's accused of are in his films, making it difficult to let his art exist in a vacuum.
Twins, Max.
Yep.
16-year-old.
Like that is definitely a valid argument.
Can you imagine the mathematical
right?
possibilities of that?
As Mathis points out, this raises the moral
Because
stakes
like
of the artwork.
if you like, there is always going to be like some degree of the artist within the art, right? Whether it be like references to like, say, personal life or ideology, or stuff like that, right?
Work by engaging the audience in a more specific project, one aimed at redeeming the artist themselves. A work that asks you to empathize with a character who exploits their power for sexual gain, made by an artist who exploits their power for sexual gain, seems to be part of a project of moral redemption. In Of the Standard of Taste, philosopher David Hume concluded much the same, arguing that when vicious manners are described without being marked with the proper characters of blame and disapprobation, it makes the work immoral, and our participation in it equates to complicity. This might be why people feel the need to loudly defend artists who have done some awful things. Maybe we worry that our consumption
like especially like nowadays when it comes like to the art form of, say, like video games or TV or movies or stuff like that, right? There's more than just like the main like figurehead, right, of it. Like there are people that spend time, say, doing animation work or doing voiceovers, or doing their performance, or editing the stuff, or creating backgrounds, and or like writing scripts and stuff like that, right? For me, how I view it is like I completely like disregard the like the artist about it, right? But if it's like a joint effort to like make it be fully realized, like I'm not gonna completely disregard the labor and the amount of value that the rest of those working on it had to do, right? Because for the most part, like they've done nothing, they've done absolutely nothing to warrant it, right? Just because like the fucking like creator is a dickhead, that doesn't mean like the people who were like adapting it, whether it be like from like a novel into like a game or a show or a movie or something like that, or doing the visuals, the audio, whatever, like I don't think that those people should be like scrutinized and everything, and just because of one person's fuck up, right?
Their work is a tacit endorsement, or maybe we even feel like we're taking part in their redemption. In order to keep that uncomfortable feeling at bay, we have to tell ourselves either they didn't do anything that bad, or that we aren't in fact endorsing them just because we like what they make. But then you got people like Dave Chappelle, who in response to being dragged for transphobic jokes, doubled down and made it central to his brand.
Yeah, that was fucking terrible though. Like I don't understand why he doubled down on it. It was so fucking stupid that he did that, and it ended up hurting him in the long run.
The same, turning much of his act into an aggrieved reaction to being canceled. He was rewarded for this artistic turn with both a Grammy and sold-out shows in Madison Square
I
Garden,
mean,
proving once
I mean,
again.
like cancellation, I don't think is a real fucking thing because like people canceled fucking J.K. Rowling, Vladimir Putin, Hassan. Like they've canceled so many fucking people, but it ultimately didn't even matter. If anything, it just got them more fucking press, or you know, more fucking money, or whatever the fuck, or more viewers and stuff like that. Like I think a lot of it against like Hassan for the most part is like completely unjustified, because like, oh man, he bought a fucking house, like who gives a shit?
And the cancel culture works out pretty great for some of these guys. That's why many address the morality of artwork by wondering whether we become complicit when we spend our money on an immoral artist's work. Now this is tricky because, as we've seen, even widespread condemnation of an artist doesn't mean they won't still have an audience. But just because your individual monetary contribution is a drop in the bucket, that doesn't mean that on a personal level, we shouldn't grapple with giving our monetary support to bad people. But it becomes more complicated when we think about, say, buying a Norman Mailer book after knowing he abused his wife, or visiting the Picasso Museum, dedicated to a famously abusive and misogynistic artist. These artists aren't impacted by our money. So once an artist dies, does their art suddenly become morally neutral? Well, probably not. This suggests
I don't necessarily think it would, right?
Compass to economic outcomes. And as we've talked about in a recent video, trying to do ethics within a capitalistic framework can be a potentially tough hang. But just because your counterfeit ticket to a Louis C.K. show doesn't make a huge difference for his tax bracket, it doesn't make the questions surrounding art and morality insignificant. Money aside, it makes sense to struggle with your own complicity when you consume the work of an immoral artist. That's because, as Mathis puts it, morality is fundamentally social. It's about how we relate to each other. And as such, what is expected of an artist who screws up and what is expected of their audience is social too. When people lament cancel culture, the real underlying question is often, what is our social responsibility to each other when we seriously mess up? Because if an actor or comedian or musician can get canceled for something, what if I do the same thing?
Like,
or my
like low key, like I've never fucking liked like Kanye's music. I thought it was pretty fucking bad. And like, I didn't really buy into like his brand shit either, to be honest.
Brother or my best friend. When and if ever should a person become irredeemable? But a lot of times our short-term memory culture acts like a temporary timeout accompanied by a temporary loss of income is sufficient penance. That's even if the artist in question has made no attempts at making amends or growing as a person. Continuing to talk about their accountability is denounced as just more cancel culture. But this typically ignores what people are actually asking for. It's usually less about vengeance and more about wanting people who've done shitty things to publicly acknowledge their actions, address how they're going to change, and work to make sure the culture around them changes too. Community showrunner and Rick and Morty co-creator Dan Harmon has been accepted back into the fold after his apology to a community writer he sexually harassed. Now, he took full accountability for his actions rather than raising doubts about the victim's claim. He apologized thoughtfully. And he began working to make
Dan Harmon, like his apology was actually like fairly adequate in my opinion, right? I think he did a fairly good job on his apology and what like the apology should look like.
Make the entertainment world more equitable by diversifying the Rick and Morty staff and starting a podcast with comedian Jessica Gao to talk about the way these problems manifest in the comedy world. But what does it mean for die-hard fans when their beloved creators fall short? This predicament can be especially hard for what philosopher Ted Cohen calls affective communities, i.e., groups that have made being a fan of a person or their work a huge part of their personality. I'll be honest with you all. I've done this with the Grateful Dead and probably other things.
Like for me, like the only thing, like I sort of know someone like this, being Connor, right? But like, you know, just because he likes fucking Harry Potter, I don't automatically think he's a fucking transphobe. Like, no, like I don't necessarily think like that like some of the like media, whether it be like gaming, fucking novels, whatever the fuck, automatically makes that person like irredeemable, right? It definitely is a discussion that, you know, those people within that community definitely need to have, for sure, on like, you know, what they're gonna do and shit. But
I'm curious about you all. What effective communities are you members of? Who have you made a part of your personality? I want to hear. Unless it's Ted Kaczynski, then don't say anything. Effective communities have to figure out how to reconcile the communal bonds they've formed and the positive experiences they've had with various unsavory revelations about the creators. Take Leaky Cauldron and MuggleNet, two of the largest Harry Potter fan sites, who, in light of J.K. Rowling's anti-trans views, publicly rejected the author. Now, while many fans have rejected all things Harry Potter outright, MuggleNet still engages with things like the Fantastic Beasts movies and the Hogwarts Legacy video game, but does not cover any J.K. Rowling related news or use her likeness. For a community that has revolved around Harry Potter since 1999, this is how they've chosen to deal with a disappointing creator. Or take the Joss Whedon fan site Whedonesque, which was started in 2002 and completely shut down after news surfaced about the bullying and harassment that took place on his sets. This choice suggests its viewers could no longer stomach their fandom. In the context of effective communities, it makes sense why the news about Justin Roiland has been so shocking. Rick and Morty has an active online fandom using digital spaces to celebrate the exploits of their favorite geriatric mad scientist. And via videos and podcasts and streams, we've
like, you know, I actually enjoy the show as well, right? But, you know, I don't fucking agree with, you know, what Dan Harmon fucking, and whatever did, right?
participated in this community here at Wisecrack quite
as
heavily.
well as, like, for the most part, like, the people that I see like defending a lot of the fucking creators that did like horrific shit, or just like the ones that fucking scream when they like bring in, like, say, a female writer, for example, to like try and slightly diversify the ideas and for like stories and shit, right?
You might have noticed. How this effective community will navigate the aftermath of these allegations remains to be seen. That said, we do think the situation is unique, given that television has a really specific role in the history of art and entertainment. In particular, it's one of the most collaborative mediums, requiring lots and lots of people to achieve its vision. So in the case of Rick and Morty, it's not the singular artistic product of Roiland. And in fact, according to a recent Hollywood Reporter article, Roiland hasn't really done much in the last few seasons other than offer his voiceover work. Instead, the show is largely the product of teams of writers, producers, animators, designers, and assistants.
Oh, they are going to touch on it. Okay, that's good.
Feeds and seem like great hangs. Which means that, at least in this particular case, like, not only can we keep enjoying one of our favorite shows, but the calling the show itself immoral doesn't really make much sense. And more generally, it seems that while it might feel
like
good,
they did touch on it. That's good. Because, like, when it comes down to like that stuff, like, those people had no part in playing in that you know, that fucking nonsense, right? Usually it's just the one person. Like, for the most part, they did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing to deserve it, right?
To have black and white moral approach to this issue. One in which we always know the exact line between art that we're still allowed to enjoy.
It's definitely gray, for sure.
Forever ban list. Things aren't so simple. Deliberations like this involve moral grappling on the individual level, often based on our unique perspective and life experiences. You might be comfortable watching a movie or viewing an artwork that makes your best friend feel gross, but maybe that's okay, as long as you're each doing the work of honest moral interrogation. All I know for sure is that you will never catch me checking out Manhattan from the grocery store Redbox. But what do you all think? Does an immoral artist make the art immoral, or is there a clear distinction between creator and creation, or does it even matter? Please let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much as always to our
I do want to watch this, which I think will be fun. It's about how Target failed in Canada. So yeah, for those who, you know, don't live in Canada or have forgotten, like, Target was supposed to come in Canada, right? But it ended up like flopping very, very fucking hard. I think the biggest reason for why it fucking flopped was because instead of like keeping what Target was known for, which was very fucking low prices for their shit, they like hiked up the prices like incredibly fucking high, like even higher than like Walmart, right? At the time, like, it was just fucking ridiculous. And like they wanted you to pay like extra for like the fucking brands that Target had.
If IKEA is the global face of Sweden, Walmart might be America's. But despite apparently being one of the country's most patriotic brands, over half of all Walmarts are located outside the United States. Its 10,500 stores are scattered across 24 countries, 46 brands, and 4 continents. From Botswana and El Salvador to the strange and exotic lands of Ohio.
True.
Target, on the other hand, operates in just one country. In its entire 120-year history, it only once tried to expand overseas.
And it failed.
In a mere 2 years, Target opened over 100 stores in Canada, failed spectacularly, and became a textbook $7 billion example of what not to do. It was such a disaster, in fact, that someone wrote an actual 2-act play reenacting the events.
Wait, really?
It was even performed.
That's fucking awesome. Yes, corporate fucking greed and shit and whatever. Yeah, let's reenact this show. Oh, that's awesome, man.
In one of its abandoned stores.
In one of its abandoned
Sponsored
stores?
by
That's
Nebula,
awesome.
the
Oh,
platform created,
that's even better,
owned,
bro.
and loved by creators. Known as The Greek tragedy known as Target Canada begins with a company called Zellers.
Yep.
Non-Canadians can think of Zellers like a colder, more polite version of Kmart, a large national chain of discount department stores. And like Kmart, it was, by the early 2010s, more of a 90s time capsule than an actual store.
People were really upset when Zellers fucking closed. It was fucking insane, man.
Credit, rather than merely watch as its brand slowly aged into inevitable bankruptcy, like a certain company whose name rhymes with Spears, it threw in the towel and sold its only asset that still had value: land. The Zellers name may not have meant much, but its nearly 200 leases certainly did. Meanwhile, Target was rapidly approaching saturation in America. After nearly 2 decades of 8% average growth, only 10 new stores were built in all of 2010. And where better to expand to than its friendly northern neighbor, the one just 225 miles from Target's corporate headquarters. Besides the obvious cultural and linguistic overlap, about 300,000 people cross what is the longest border in the world each day. The company estimated that 1 in every 10 Canadians had shopped at an American Target during the previous year. Besides, many US corporations have done well up north. Of Canada's top 10 retailers by revenue, 5 are American. This was not, all of this is to say, a crazy idea. With similar demographics, pre-existing brand awareness, and relatively few cultural differences, Target Canada had everything going for it. The only thing holding it back was the size of its stores. There just aren't that many 1 to 200,000 square foot buildings with Pentagon-sized parking lots. Then along came Zellers. This was the opportunity Target had been waiting for.
Yeah, and they bought up all the old places where Zellers was.
2011, Target paid 1.8 billion Canadian dollars to buy 189 Zellers stores, 54 of which it immediately resold to other companies, including none other than its good friend Walmart. There was, however, one major catch. From the moment the deal was signed, the clock was ticking. Not only was every day spent cleaning, remodeling, and renovating these stores a day it wasn't making money, but Target bought only the leases, not the land outright. They still had to deal with landlords. Landlords who weren't too keen on letting these huge buildings sit empty, or worse, bustling with construction for years on end.
Landlords
to avoid
love doing
deterring
that so that
shoppers
they can
from
jack
other
up prices
stores in
of
the
the other
area,
places.
it all had to happen fast. Really fast.
Or their vacant places.
Bringing these retail museums into the 21st century required more than a fresh coat of paint. About $10 to $11 million worth of work for each location. Still, Target trudged ahead on what it called Project Bacon, starting with the launch of 3 Ontario stores in March of 2013. Their signs, which read, "We're open," mostly, hinted at the disaster soon to come. For the next 10 months, Target opened
like that's already like a bad sign. Like when you put like mostly at the end of like "we're open," like that's fucking awful, man.
New Canadian store every 2 days on average. It was the quickest expansion in company history, a feat that continued through 2014. But first, Target had a serious problem. It wasn't a lack of demand. Canadians were eager to give the company a chance. The problem was a lack of inventory. Shelf after shelf sat
Yeah,
totally
that's another
empty.
thing I forgot about is that they were
One
fairly
week,
fucking
almost
empty all the
every
goddamn
item featured
all
on
the
Target's
goddamn time.
promotional flyer was out of stock. With nothing to buy, it's no wonder Target's Canadian stores sold far less merchandise than their American counterparts. It all traced back to a single decision made months earlier. And to understand why, we'll need to take a brief detour into everyone's favorite dinner table topic, the wonderful world of enterprise software.
Uh-oh.
And it's only right that you hear this in the form of a PowerPoint.
Oh man.
Huge
we're
billion-dollar
really coming
mega
back.
corporations, such as, for example, e.g. Target, are simply too big for any one person to keep track of. So, naturally, they turn to computers. More specifically, something called ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. You can think of ERP like the mother of all Excel spreadsheets. For the kids, an all-knowing, all-seeing Notion dashboard. Your company's ERP system knows how many fractions of a cent it costs to ship this lamp from distribution center to store, how many different colors this couch comes in, and at what exact point to reorder more dark blue oversized throw blankets based on the time of year, recent sales, and diesel prices. Simply put, ERP is the brain of a giant corporation. Target already had its own custom ERP built for America, but it was designed to work only in English with US dollars, inches, and feet. So, rather than trying to jury-rig its American system, Target opted to start fresh, to buy a new ERP called SAP. Spoiler alert, this was a terrible idea. Now, back to your regular scheduled programming. To Target executives, this sounded like the best, most sensible long-term decision. Better to rip off the Band-Aid quickly by switching to the software used by all the Fortune 500 companies, the one trusted by Disney and Burger King and Coca-Cola. To anyone in the tech industry, however, this was an obvious recipe for disaster. The first thing to understand about SAP is how it makes money. Like many enterprise software companies, it's just as much in the consulting business as it is in the writing software business. In fact, providing support can be so profitable that it's not unheard of for companies to give away their software for free. This, for instance, is SAP's third quarter 2022 investor report. You can see that at least 38% of its revenue came from software support. Anyone who's ever had the misfortune of using enterprise software knows the secret. When the people, executives, who buy the software don't themselves use it, it sucks. But because SAP also makes a huge chunk of its money from support, it's even worse. How much incentive do they really have to make it easy to use? Now, the point is not that SAP doesn't have its uses. There's a reason so many companies buy it. When ERP systems work, they can do things no human could possibly do. And if SAP weren't dependable, Disney wouldn't be using them. But for them to be dependable, the data you feed them has to be perfect. Garbage in, garbage out. And by data, we're talking about the width, height, length, color, weight, quantity, description, price, and so on for every last one of the 75,000 unique items sold by Target. Now add French, an entirely different system of measurement, and a new currency to the mix, not to mention the difficulty of learning to use SAP, and you can see how this was fundamentally incompatible with Target Canada's extremely tight deadline.
I mean, like, the amount of, like, price hikes that they had, too, didn't really help either. Like, that's, like, one of the big things that really pissed people off, is lack of inventory, and, you know, the huge amounts of price hikes that ended up coming out of it. Like, it was really, really fucking terrible. Like, for, like, their brand shit, which was usually pretty fucking cheap, from what I understand in America, like, they wanted, like, at least twice to 3 times that.
Software, famously, is finished when it's finished. Even on the best of days, deadlines, schedules, and roadmaps are just wishful thinking. Implementing an ERP is no different. However long you think it might take, add a couple years, and congratulations, you've discovered the best case scenario. Sobeys, Canada's second largest supermarket, gave up on SAP despite spending 4 years and $89 million after its databases were shut down for 5 days. Another company's transition took 2 years longer than expected. So you can probably guess what happened when Target Canada tried to do the whole thing in 2 years. Complete, unmitigated disaster. While its store shelves sat empty, products piled up in distribution centers. Target had all the inventory it needed. It just didn't know where. Eventually, the company was forced.
So basically, what he's saying is, like, gigantic fucking mismanagement by executives, which is unsurprising, and those same executives want a return on investment that ultimately, you know, ended up fucking killing their fucking chances in Canada.
To rent extra storage space. It soon discovered the culprit. A mere 30% of the information entered into the system was accurate. The other 70% might be measured in inches, misspelled, or simply missing.
Of course it would be
Faced
measured
with
in
no
inches,
other
bro.
option, the entire Target merchandising team spent days manually verifying the information for all 75,000 products.
Bro, I feel sorry for
On
those
top
people
of this,
who had to do
analysts
that.
whose performance was measured based on their ability to keep products in stock had completely turned off the automatic replenishment system so they wouldn't be penalized. Target wasn't just flying blind, its gauges were feeding it false information. How could it possibly take off successfully under those conditions?
Yeah, I remember it was. I remember Target being such a big flop that they literally were selling like these shelves. Like, it that's how big of a fucking flop it was in Canada. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, they literally were like fucking liquidizing literally everything.
Now, as bad as this was, and it was bad, it probably wasn't fatal. Supply chains are just plain hard, and it always takes time for companies to acclimate to a new environment. Nor was it any big scandal that Target's prices were about 15% higher in Canada. The country is about 9 times less densely populated than the United States, which makes it much more expensive to get products into stores. Every last item for all 133 stores was sourced from
I mean, I
one
don't really
of just
think that
3
matters though, because I imagine that they still have some fucking Targets out in, like, say, Ohio. So I don't really see how big how that should be a fucking problem.
distribution centers in Milton, Balzac, and Cornwall. The latter, therefore, had to ship products as far away as St. John's, Newfoundland, a 1,600-mile, 33-hour drive and ferry ride away. Not to mention, fuel is more expensive in Canada. But for prices to be visibly higher and for shelves to be routinely empty was simply a stretch too far.
Yep.
By 2014, just 18% of surveyed Canadians said they were very satisfied with the company. Above all, though,
I imagine those people like had like stocks or like investments within Target's success, and then ended up fucking losing all of that.
the true fatal flaw in Target's plan, the real root of its problems, was the deal with Zellers. Had it
Wait, really?
tested
That's
the market with
awesome.
1 or 2 stores to begin with, like J.Crew or Nordstrom did, it would have had the necessary focus to correct any speed bumps and learn from them.
That's
Instead,
funny.
Sparks soon turned into a 133-store forest fire. It was too much, too fast. It also didn't help that many of these stores were in subpar locations. When it entered
Yeah, I remember the one that was like relatively close to where my mom lived in Winnipeg. Like it was in a really, really bad spot. And like no one fucking wanted to go there. Like excluding like all the other problems, like no one wanted to fucking go there.
Canada, Target wasn't Target. It was a fresh coat of paint over a former Kmart. All the shiny, bright red spheres in the world couldn't make up for the fact that these buildings were situated in rundown strip malls and C-class shopping centers. The company lost $940 million in the first year alone, and
Let's
the problem
go.
only compounded from there. So, after a widely publicized data breach, followed by a couple of lackluster holiday seasons, the bread and butter of retail, Target Canada looked for an exit.
Yep.
And on April 1st, 2015, just 757 days after the first store opened, Target announced it was leaving Canada. Despite spending $7 billion, hiring 17,000 employees, and taking over 133 stores, it left with hardly a trace.
Yep.
This was the Zellers liquidation sale in 2011, and this was the Target liquidation sale, possibly at the very same location, just a few short years later.
Yep.
One store in Ottawa was completely finished but unopened at the time. The pristine, untouched Target was sold to Walmart, along with dozens of others. And Canadians, 75% of whom live less than 100 miles from America, quietly went back to crossing the border. It was as if one of the biggest disasters
I mean, like that even like happened like during like when Target was open, because like why the fuck would we spend like 2 to 3 times more on like their products and everything, right? When we can just cross the border and, you know, pick up whatever we needed to pick up, right?
in retail history
It's common
never
practice.
happened. One thing that I hope will leave an impression is my video debunking the myth that China lifted 800 million people out of poverty.
What?
This persistent myth has been used as a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card by the authorities in Beijing. There's a dark history.
Wait, what? But like China literally, like when we're talking about like even like capitalist numbers and like how successful capitalism was, if it wasn't for China and like the amount of people that they lifted out of poverty, like it would have been demonstrably like fucking big failure.
behind
What?
this claim, one that would surely get demonetized on YouTube. And that's precisely why
All right, there's one more video that I want to watch before I get ready for the Origami 2 stream.
Honey Bunches of Oats is my favorite
which
cereal of
is
all time. I even said so in my
this
British...
one by this British guy on why American foods are banned in Europe, or yeah, why
versus American cereal tier list video I made somewhere above the screen. But did you know it's actually banned for sale in the UK because of its carcinogenic additives? This
Not
is how I pour
surprising.
milk. It's real good though. So today we're going to be looking at a lot of foods that are enjoyed in the States but are outright banned in the UK and EU for various reasons. And in a couple weeks I'm going to be doing a part 2 to this where we look at the vice versa there, the EU foods that are banned in the US. So be sure to subscribe, okay? It'll be coming soon. Or ring my bell. Actually, speaking of bells, cowbells. The first item on our list today is milk, or rather what they put into milk in the US. Recombinant somatotropin, RBST, also previously used to be called bovine growth hormone, is a genetically engineered hormone injected into dairy cows to increase the means of milk production. Now, if you are an American, I'm assuming you've heard of bovine growth hormone at some point in your life. I know growing up, my mom would tell me that girls were getting to puberty earlier and earlier because of all the hormones that they're pumping into the cows, which is coming out in the milk. Now, that actually was fully a myth, and there's no science to substantiate that. And in fact, the RBST that is put into cows, in American cows at least, has no scientific backing to prove that it has any negative repercussions on humans at all. However, that didn't stop the EU and UK following up with banning its sale of milk from RBST cows anywhere within their bounds because of the effect it has on the cows themselves. EU commissions that did studies on RBST in cows found that the quality of life of cows given the hormone was drastically worse than cows that were not. If you think about it, their udders are just getting so much more full than they're meant to, weighing them down, being uncomfortable. It is a bit of a contentious issue, especially with the whole got milk lobby in the States really trying to push its way into EU markets, but the EU being very firm. There are some reports in the 90s that were purporting this to just be a complete trade war economic type of thing, and that the EU made things up. But at the end of the day, the US's FDA, or Food and Drug Administration, have stated that food products made from RBST treated cows are safe for human consumption, and no statistically significant difference exists between milk derived from RBST treated cows and non. And there's yet to be a conclusive study disproving that. Now, despite this being a worse experience for the cows in the States that are given this hormone, you might be wondering, well, why do they do it anyway? Well, the answer's kind of easy. The average cow injected with RBST nets the farmer an extra $15.88 in profit. That's per cow. You gotta milk them for all they're worth. No bull. Next up, everybody's favorite gamer soda, Mountain Dew. Everybody knows Mountain Dew, right? It's like the super punchy.
Yeah, I think it has like yellow 5 in it, right?
Citrusy flavored soda.
And like, you know, the EU bans, you know, yellow 5, red 20, and stuff like that, like other additives, right?
You're probably thinking, wait a minute, that's not banned in the EU. I've seen that. Well, you see, the original recipe for Mountain Dew included BVO, which caused it to be banned by both the EU and Japan because BVO, or brominated vegetable oil, contains bromine. What's wrong with bromine? That's usually what I say when someone tries to take my Mountain Dew. Bro, mine. Well, bromine is an element that when it builds up in the body, has a very high potential to, I don't know, cause you skin damage, memory loss, nerve damage. That's the main reason why it's banned in Japan and the EU. And so Mountain Dew is like, we'll fix this recipe for you guys since you don't want nerve damage. The thing about BVO is that it was sensational.
Come on, you guys. Fucking Euro cooks and Japan and the Japanese. Come on, bro. You don't want nerve damage like the rest of us?
Referred to as the thing that is in brominated flame retardant, just because that really spreads with Facebook moms, you know, like, oh my god, flame retardant in my child's drink. But the main problem that we had in our household with Mountain Dew was any one of us had any Mountain Dew, we would be bouncing off the walls. The amount of sugar and caffeine in that stuff, boom. Sure, large amounts of BVO can cause birth defects in newborns, but when used in a soda, it helps all the oil flavorings not dissolve, so that way they can separate and give you a nice in your mouth. And in your womb, I guess. But if you are an American connoisseur of the Mountain Dew or the fabled Baja Blast, don't worry, it's not in the recipe anymore, so for the most part, you're fine. All I do know is it's not illegal, and the FDA says it's okay. Now let's just have a look at the Walmart brand Mountain Dew, and
Yellow 5.
Now this next one might ruffle a few feathers, but you might not know this. Chickens in the US are chlorinated. That means they are washed with a chlorine bath to prevent the spread of salmonella and
really?
such before you all eat your lovely chicken. Now, this is absolutely banned in the UK, the EU, and many other countries who don't think we should be eating things that have been washed with chlorine.
Bro, America
that being
is
said, the
wild.
main
Like-
reason isn't probably what you're thinking. It's
Like, I
actually
already knew, like, a lot of, like, the the ridiculous practices when it comes to, like, food in America. Like, we do have standards when it comes, like, Canada has higher standards comparative to America, but, like, our standard, or, like, our food health or food safety standards are a lot less than, say, like, Europe or Japan, or probably even, like, South Korea, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's our standards, like, they need to be updated, and badly.
because, according to the EU law, they felt that by just using a quick chlorine bath, it's kind of cutting corners and allowing for farmers to basically not care about their entire production line and just go, we'll fix it in post, essentially. We'll just
When you
have
cut
really,
corners,
really
bad
dirty,
things happen.
unhealthy, unsanitary farms and then just wash it all away with chlorine. They went, we're not going to allow that. We'd rather you actually have a good, healthy, safety production line rather than just bandage it. I'm sure at this point you've seen those gruesome images of chickens in incredibly small...
that tends to be like the American fucking way, though, right? Or just the North American way. Be like, Band-Aid solution, Band-Aid solution. That tends to be what it is.
All pens with nowhere to go, really dirty living space. Well, the whole point of this law isn't necessarily to protect humans from chlorine, but to make sure that that is much less likely to happen, to have these really unsanitary living spaces for the animals. Whereas in the US, it doesn't really matter how the chickens are raised, how they're stored, how they're butchered.
Because CAFOs are inherently fucking disgusting. Like, first of all, very fucking cruel, and you know, they can also spread, like if you have an outbreak of, like, say, bird flu that affects all your fucking chickens, well, guess what? All your fucking chickens are dead. Because for the most part, they're all genetically the same.
As long as you wash it with a bit of chlorine, everything's kind of okay. I don't really know how I feel about it. Obviously, I've grown up in the States and I've eaten plenty of chicken and I'm totally fine. How would you feel about this? Like I said, I don't think it has anything to do with human health.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You moved to the you moved to Europe. No, I joke.
As much as just making sure your production line is up to scratch. Chicken scratch. As a fun fact, a big post-Brexit fear was that because of the supply chain issues that Brexit would cause, the UK would then have to start relying on chlorinated chicken, and a huge amount of people in the UK were very much against this. However, that was
Understandably.
one of the very, very, very few Brexit fears that actually didn't come to fruition. So there's that. We do not use chlorinated chicken. It's just everything else that went wrong. Ractopamine. Now, this next one isn't just banned in the UK, the EU, Japan. No, it's actually banned in 160 countries. That's over 3/4 of the known world, as if there's an unknown world. However, the US is standing true, saying, it's totally fine. We're gonna put ractopamine in our pork. 40 to 60% of pigs farmed in the US have ractopamine, a drug that enhances the lean muscle mass of the animals. There are definitely some serious questions about the safety of ractopamine, whose only use originally was to treat people with asthma until it was found out that it increased the production of animals that we went, let's just put it in some piggies. The National Pork Producers Council of the States have been lobbying the EU like mad, demanding that all food health and safety concerns be completely dismissed because, well, profits. Those pigs with ractopamine bring home quite the bacon. But the EFSA, or European Food Safety Authority, have said that the use of ractopamine in pigs has a very large chance of creating downer pigs. Downer pigs are essentially pigs that have been engorged with this lean muscle mass to the point where they can no longer even stand. Their point basically meaning that this is incredibly cruel to the pigs. Also, ractopamine has shown to have catastrophic effects on the human cardiovascular system, as well as increase your anxiety levels. Some US pork producers have begun phasing out the use of the drug, but like
There's still money to be made there,
160
right?
countries. Like,
That's what
the
they
US
would
FDA
use.
has got to be sitting there like, am I out of touch? No,
Yeah.
it's the 160 other countries that are wrong. Or rather, well, these pork lobbyists have given me quite a lot of money, so I think it's kind of fine. So we've had milk, we've had chicken, we've had pork. What is next? Bread?
Yeah.
All right, get ready for this, because bread sold in the States contains potassium bromate. And listen, it's not your bromate. In fact, potassium bromate is used in the bread making process in the States because it helps bread rise faster, higher, and makes bread manufacturers quite a lot of dough.
Yep.
But it's also heavily linked to cancer, nervous system damage, and kidney damage. And in the States, it's in pretty much all foodstuffs. Bagels, bread rolls, breadcrumbs, you name it. While it is completely banned in the UK and EU, in which our bread doesn't taste like sugar. I'm gonna be real sad to find out that the Cheesecake Factory bread has this stuff in it, because that bread, I don't care if you say it's sweet, it's delicious. Now, not all bread products in the States contain potassium bromate. For those products that don't contain it, there are worse things, like something I'm not going to be able to pronounce. For instance, like Pillsbury breadsticks, a lot of the nice little bun things you can get in the freezer aisle at Walmart, like Jimmy Dean sandwiches, breakfast rolls, and such. They contain azodicarbonamide, which is a chemical compound found in yoga mats, as well as shoe soles. Yummy! Makes it extra spongy. The reason why so many US manufacturers use azodicarbonamide is that it makes the bread stuff look a lot whiter. Yeah, both in bread and cereal flour, it's used as a whitening agent and dough conditioner. While the FDA thinks it's totally fine to add this chemical compound to basically any bread product under the sun, it is banned in Europe, Singapore, and many other countries for its heavy link to respiratory problems as well as other health issues. And in Singapore specifically, if you are caught...
You saying you oi brovs don't want to eat fucking yoga mat chemicals, man? Come on, bro. Puts you know, people puts hair on your chest and then completely gets rid of it.
Using this substance in any of your manufacturing process, you're jailed for 15 years and a fine of up to $450,000. But I'm sure
if only we did that here, man.
Even Australia, who's usually pretty chill about a lot of things, do not use azodicarbonamide. Don't do it. Finally, we've gotten to my favorite cereal. A lot of cereals in the States use BHT, which is a flavor enhancer. Now, I've got no problem with most flavor enhancers. Heck, I love me some monosodium glutamate, okay? Throw a little bit of MSG and everything. Mwah. But BHT, well, it's a little different. See, it's put in a lot of these cereals and things to enhance the flavors, and it only comes with mild side effects of decreasing your testosterone count and decreasing the quality of your sperm. But also, there have been numerous studies to prove that BHT is an endocrine disruptor, so it actually has way more effects than that. Is it really making the food taste that much better? For me to have less sperm?
Yeah, it's delicious. Oh no, what's it got in it?
But it does lower your sperm count.
Oh no.
BHT is used in a lot of these cereals because it just gives you that little bit of a fresh
sperm
feeling
can be
in the
down.
box. They actually line the bags with BHT, so it's just a bit fresher for a bit longer. Now, the US FDA has insisted BHT is totally safe in small quantities, but I don't know about you, but growing up in the States, I would eat 3 to 4 bowls of cereal in one sitting sometimes, because that was my balanced breakfast, so I don't know how I feel about that. Now, cereal producer General Mills in the States has agreed to phase out its use of BHT, but Kellogg's and Post in the States have...
Also, 1 gram of uranium is 20 billion calories. How do you know this? And why do you know this?
agreed that maybe the pros outweigh the cons to the profits.
That's not an answer. Come
they
on,
don't really
Otto.
see it as a real problem. Now, I remember a couple years back, they had...
You know what? If you wanted to eat your 1 gram of uranium and gain all your calories from that, guess what? If you lived in Oibrov land, you would not be able to do that. Be grateful, I guess.
Finally brought over Fruit Loops to the UK, and I was like, whoa, finally, we get a cool American
yes.
cereal.
It's even tastier. I love I love a uranium flavored smoothie. It's so healthy for you. I wonder if this guy's gonna touch on Yellow 5 and Red 20. Right? Uranium is great with apples and peaches. Oh yes, it's the best. It's chef's kiss.
However, this is what it looks
I haven't seen you around. How have you been doing?
like. If you're an American, you're like, what the hell is that? I know. Here's the difference between US and UK Fruit Loops. You see, legally speaking...
not gonna lie though, UK Fruit Loops look kind of sad. But like, what UK food doesn't look sad though? Like, if I had the option of like potentially getting cancer and eating UK food, I'll take the potentially getting cancer one. Because not gonna lie, UK food is just sad.
You can't really sell the American Fruit Loops because it contains so many E-numbers, is what they're called over here. I only recently found out about E-numbers. My girlfriend brought it up like, oh, that's got a lot of E-numbers. And I was like, Evan numbers? No. The E in E-numbers actually stands for Europe, and E-numbers represent a number for each different food.
Damn, bro, you can't have gold in your food? Oh, that's so sad, man. I guess none of that gold flare that you see on fancy shit.
Additive that exists. And in the US, we've got E-numbers in pretty much everything. Think of all the brightly colored food.
What's this? That's not what I wanted to do. I love pudding. I love a uranium flavored smoothie. It's so healthy for you. But it is though. I love pudding. It is.
You know. That's some E-numbers right there. In 2007, a UK study found a clear link between the use of specific E-numbers and hyperactivity in children. Now, the E-numbers that they actually found increased the hyperactivity in children were E102, E110, E122, and E124. All those different food dyes. Now, following these studies, there was huge public outcry in the UK, and in 2009, the UK implemented a temporary ban on the specific E-numbers listed in the studies. But by ban, I don't mean that you weren't allowed to sell any products with them. Rather, you could, as long as somewhere on your packaging there was a warning that stated that consumption of this item may have an adverse effect on the activity and attention of children. Now, as you've seen, usually when this type of thing happens, the FDA just digs their heels in.
Unsurprising though? Like, America would literally feed like fucking toxic chemicals to their children. Like, that's not surprising.
Supported by lots of lobbyists' money, and they go, everything's fine, totally fine, don't worry about it. But even in this case, the FDA actually had to come out and be like, well, there is a chance that some children also will develop hivish rashes as a reaction to these E-numbers. So it just seems like so many cons for what realistically is just
yeah,
brightly...
I see yellow. Okay, you did yellow 5. Yeah, like yellow 5. I believe red 20 is also banned over there as well. Like, I'm kind of surprised it's not banned here, to be honest. But I mean, like, our fucking food safety standards are pretty dog shit though, so at the same time, I'm not really surprised.
Colored cereals. That being said, sometimes the UK recipe of a US product is just awful. I mean, talking about the Fruit Loops, listen, I know it kind of looks like grass, and it's not as appealing as the pretty colors that caused me hyperactivity as a child, but it would be okay if it didn't taste like garbage. It just tasted like cardboard. Kind of ruined the whole appeal of the sugary cereal. I do think it's very important that we're not just pumping our children full of sugar, so in a way I'm thankful, but also
not?
As an adult, I'm like, I also want the ability to just kind of have that.
Though,
we don't
right?
ban chocolate cake, but then again, we don't market chocolate cake to children as a breakfast treat. Not even a treat, just a meal. Then again, I grew up believing that donuts are a breakfast food, and I stand by that belief. Certain crumb coffee cakes are also breakfast food in my book, so my brain is a place that's so confusing. It's got warring cultures up there. I mean, the Fruit Loops in the States are flavored with like
Also, you should stab your neighbor platonically. Yes, totally. I love stabbing my neighbor platonically. It's how they build character, you know. I mean, yeah, it builds really interesting character. You gotta do it. Especially if it's like one of those really weird neighbors too.
artificial grape flavors and berry flavors. In the UK, and I'm not kidding here, their Fruit Loops are flavored.
Do I like hot sauce? I love hot sauce. The hotter the better. Hot sauce is really good. Like, I don't like the white amount of spice. I like the right amount of spice. Like, bring it on. Like, Caribbean spice, you know, Indian spice, you know, all the good stuff. Like, I don't know why so many people cry about, like, hot shit. It's really good. Better than just bland, boring shit. Got some really nice, got a really nice one that's not super hot. Only jalapeno. Tastes nice. I mean, personally, I don't really see what all the rage is with jalapeno. Like, in my opinion, it's not really all that great. Yeah, I hear California Reaper is good. Jalapenos are boring. 100% agree. Like, there are so much better peppers out there. Ghost pepper's really good.
With nettles and spinach. I'm sorry.
Wait, nettle?
What child is going to be like, things that hurt me unless I have a dock leaf, or spinach? But research in this video has helped me realize.
I'd rather eat nettle than than spinach. Ghost pepper. I mean, yeah. I hear California Reaper is supposed to be really, really, really spicy. I haven't had it though. It's a wilder. I won't eat metal. That's pretty metal.
That's why it's so hard to find my second favorite soda, Sunkist. It's just the specific E numbers make it just not really that profitable to sell over here. Also, if you are wondering, Birch beer. That's my favorite soda. Very hard to get. Pretty much only in the northeast of the US. But it's the best. One final interesting note I found researching this video is that it seems the US's Food and Drug Administration care more about probabilities. How small is the chance that a negative side effect could happen? If small enough, that's okay. Whereas the European agency is more focused on possibilities. If there is any possibility of a negative side effect, especially in an additive that's non-essential, they'd rather just have it removed than risk consumer health. And so if you found any of these banned substances to be a bit
like, to be fair, like, even though, like, the food in the UK looks really sad, like, I kind of get why, you know, why they would ban like that stuff, right? Because you don't want, like, people like developing like some form of cancer or whatever, right? So like, I get that, but like, at the same time, who wants to eat like sad meals that came out of like a tin can?
Blown out of proportion? Well, you might be looking at it from more of a probability standpoint as opposed to a possibility one. But each agency is doing what they think is best for the citizens they watch over at the end of the day. Whether or not you agree is up to you. But let's just say foods dubiously banned in other countries is your passion. Well, why not tell the world about it by making...
I don't know if it was a choice between cancer and living in the US. I would choose cancer every day. I mean, yeah, like, to be fair, living in the UK would be very, very depressing because you have to put up with a bunch of British people. I'd take the cancer.
Making a blog using today's video sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace, of course, is your all-in-one ticket to an easy...
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, living in the UK would also be pretty bad too. Or the US, sorry. Have friends there. Yeah, I have friends in Europe too. I don't think I think I have like one from the UK. All right, we'll watch probably one more video before I get ready for origami with the Floofy Man. Anything in particular look interesting to you? Don't want to do something too terribly long. Bloof is fun. Yeah, we're gonna be going again at 8. To where, Altona? Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. There's something good here that we can watch. I also want to know how to cook a human body. Didn't like Hannibal Lecter give like a really good way of how to do so? And like, man, what's with my audience and like fucking cannibalism and like pressing shit? You know what? Let's watch this. Do flavored condoms taste good?
We're trying flavored condoms, and to be honest, I think they'll be pretty good. Let's get into it. Starting off with Durex. Now, when you think condoms, you think Trojans and Durex. So, being a name brand, I have high hopes. The only problem is they're not
like,
labeled. These are
who in their right mind thought that this was gonna be a good idea, right? Like, they don't taste good.
technically all mystery flavors. Now, Brandon, why are you doing this?
Mystery flavors.
Oh!
Oh no.
Oh my god. You know, it smelled really good. And so I went in for a closer sniff. And it's a very distinctive smell. And I'll try to... it smells like
the funny thing is I actually know what he's referring to. The smell smells awful, man. It's so bad.
And it's bad. As I was saying, it could either be strawberry, banana, or orange. My guess is it's strawberry based off how red
probably
it is.
strawberry.
I am no longer excited to try this. Oh, you know what? It's not terrible, actually. It smells god-awful. Smells fucking terrible. But, like, taste-wise, it's kind of just, like, a very subtly strawberry. It doesn't taste amazing, okay? Let me
The rest of it
preface that.
tastes
It's not
like
amazing,
latex.
But, like, it's not bad, which is kind of surprising. So the Durex strawberry-flavored condom gets a 7.5 out of 10. As I was saying,
7.5? What?
Condoms? Well, I think I know my audience. So if you guys ever are in the market for some banana condoms, because this is probably banana.
Okay,
flavored.
like banana flavored condoms just kind of make sense though, right? Like it's the obvious flavor that you got to do, right? Like if you're doing like flavored condoms, like why the hell wouldn't you make banana flavored? Like it just makes the most sense.
You'll know. That smells fucking horrid. Oh my god. You'll know which ones to get and which ones to not get. And this is probably gonna be one that you shouldn't get because this smells worse than the strawberry. But then again, the strawberry smelled terrible, tasted good.
I mean,
Oh, it's like
artificial
an
banana
expo
is
marker.
like
And these should be
awful though, right? Because like literally every single like artificial banana flavor just sucks. It tastes like ass.
fine to taste test, right? I mean, they literally are made for, you know.
I think you enjoyed it.
God fucking damn it. That was fucking disgusting. I don't even know how to describe the flavor. It's just, the flavor's bad. That is the flavor. That is the fucking
Like most
flavoring. I mean, my hopes
banana-flavored
weren't that high
things.
praise. Banana flavored condom. I mean, okay, no hate to bananas. I actually enjoy bananas, but that was not banana. That was literally like Expo marker. Smelled like Expo marker, tasted like Expo marker. That is like a night and day
That's so
difference.
specific.
Because the strawberry,
What?
again, the strawberry tasted kind of good. Yeah, said it smelled bad. But this motherfucker right here, this little fucking banana motherfucker, straight.
But like the funny thing is it's really hard to fuck up like artificial strawberry. Artificial strawberry, like even if it's terrible, will still taste good though.
Ass. The Durex banana flavored condom gets a 0 out of 10. Man, that shit sucked dick. No pun intended. I'm kind of picking these randomly, so I'm surprised we got 2 different flavors back to back. My guess is this is no chance that this is a orange one. Yeah, it's another disgusting banana. Okay. Orange? Nope. Strawberry. Okay. I swear to God, this has to be an orange because I've now fucked up twice. Banana. Okay. Did I not get an orange one?
What is that?
Why is it blue? This is supposed to be orange flavored. Why is it blue? This is supposed to be orange flavored. That doesn't look like an orange. It looks like a Listerine.
A Listerine?
Oh! Oh no! Oh, see
his biggest mistake is he keeps smelling them. Like, it's not a smell test he's doing, my guy. Oh, man.
This one smells like Expo. This smells like rotten fruit. Oh, it's not terrible. It's not great either. It is essentially completely flavorless. However, it has the tiniest, the most minuscule amount of orange flavoring. Which is again odd because it's fucking Listerine blue. I mean, that's not terrible, and it's just very little flavoring. Much better than the banana. Smells like literally like sour milk. Sour milk. It smells like fucking sour milk. Listerine orange flavored fucking Durex condom. Surprisingly. Extremely
tasty.
Surprisingly. Because again, it smells like sour milk. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. No, 6.5 out of 10. That fucking strawberry was actually pretty good. This is just
I think he likes the I think he likes the strawberry condoms.
Well-known Durex onto Trustex. What I can only assume is a complete knockoff of Durex. That being said, they also have a strawberry flavor. The Durex strawberry flavor was like one of the most delicious ones. Okay, it's
you've only had
literally
3
the same
though.
exact color. Yeah, it's the same exact color. To be honest, it might taste the same.
Is it way better?
No, wait, no, it tastes better. Bro, huh? The knockoff Trustex fucking strawberry condoms taste better than the name brand. It has a much stronger flavor, which you would think is bad, but it's just...
I mean, like, I guess if you, for some reason, you know, you want to, like, suck dick with a condom on and, like, have something a little bit tasty, I guess, like, it could be good. I don't know.
It's nicer. You get more strawberry. It is extremely artificial tasting, very plasticky, but it is more strawberry-like in flavor.
It's plasticky. I wonder why that is. Could it be that, you know, you're taste testing condoms? Could that be relevant?
And sweeter. I was not expecting that. I kind of expected all of these to taste fucking terrible. I mean, again, they don't taste great, but they're not bad. The Trustex strawberry flavored condom gets an 8 out of 10, beating out the name brand Durex.
Wait, it only got 7 points higher? I demand a recount. I demand a recount. That where'd the votes go? What? that seems a little bit low for how like highly he was praising it. I don't know about you.
An upset. Next up, we have probably the single flavor I am most excited for, and that is the Trustex.
Let's
grape
go,
flavor.
grape!
I actually really like grapes, so I have high hopes. Will these high hopes be absolutely demolished? Ooh, I'm not gonna lie with you, that looks kind of pretty. But does it taste pretty?
It looks like it'd be good, right?
Okay, it smells like grape-flavored medicine, which seems like a bad start, but if you take into consideration that we've had condoms that smell like sour milk, Expo markers, and just death incarnate, that's a big improvement. Oh, these are really good, which is surprising. Yeah, it's different flavors. Yes, I know
mean,
that.
like-
But it is destroying Durex. What I thought was the
Not gonna lie though, it would probably take like it takes like a tremendous amount to fuck up grape flavor though. Grape flavors across the board are just like awesome, right?
off might actually be like the name brand. This is, at least when it comes to flavored condoms, these are really good. Good flavor. Okay, it's not great flavor. It's not actually that good, but it's not terrible. And honestly, I like this more than the strawberry. The Trust X grape flavor.
Okay, if it doesn't get a
condom
9, I'm going to
is
be
an
disappointed.
8.5 out of 10. And
Wow.
honestly, with 2 dubs
Why
in
is
a
that
row,
so low?
this next Trust X flavored condom, high hopes. The vanilla flavored condom.
Bro, that's
With
like the
how
most
good the
white
past 2
flavor
tasted,
imaginable.
This is extremely high hopes. It smells so good. It genuinely, and I'm not even exaggerating this, smells exactly like vanilla ice cream. The grape one smelled like grape medicine. The strawberry one smelled like fucking shit. These all have smelled really bad. But that is vanilla ice cream through and through. Not stretching, like genuine vanilla ice cream. Not just vanilla, not just ice cream. Vanilla ice cream. I'm excited.
Does it even taste like anything?
That's kind of a letdown. There isn't actually any flavor. Like you can tell there is flavor because it has that plasticky.
Just like vanilla flavored ice cream has no fucking flavor.
Artificial flavoring to it, but for what flavor it is, it's nothing. It doesn't have any flavor. Sad to say, but the Trust X vanilla ice cream flavored condom gets a 6. Not because it tastes bad, but it doesn't taste like anything.
I mean, at least it
Those
wasn't
are
as
the
bad as the
Durex
banana,
name brand,
right?
the Trust X off-brand, and now the super off-brand. Now, all of these say endurance on them. We have endurance chocolate, endurance spearmint, and endurance blueberry. All with sexual imagery. But
Obviously,
doesn't really seem
right?
to have a brand unless the brand name is endurance, which I don't think it is. But let's get into it. Keeping with the theme of ice cream flavors such as vanilla, we now have chocolate. Yeah, I don't know about these. I guess we'll see with the smell.
It could be good, right? I have a feeling that that should be good.
You know when you were younger, you would have those erasers that would smell like stuff? This smells like a chocolate scent eraser. That is like the best way I can possibly describe it. I'm excited though. Okay,
hello?
Maybe I should have
Okay.
kept the packaging. As soon as I fucking pushed it out, it smelled terrible.
Does it taste good?
You know, it tastes a lot like those shitty fucking like chocolate protein shakes that don't taste too much like they taste a little like chocolate, but they just kind of taste off. That's what these taste like.
So it's
That's
not terrible then.
I'm gonna give the Endurance chocolate flavored condoms a 7.5 out of 10. It's about on par with the original Durex strawberry. Next up, we have the incredibly sexual spearmint. So if you wanted that fresh
Yum.
breath after sucking some dick, this is for you.
Who
It kind
wouldn't?
of smells like a plasticky, shitty Thin Mint, and I don't know if I should be excited for that. Let's go. Tastes like fucking toothpaste. Like minty toothpaste.
So after you're done sucking dick, you know, you can you can, you know, at least have something to like wash your mouth, right? Tasty.
Toothpaste is exactly what this tastes like. You know what? All of the good ones, they all taste like, I don't know if anyone's had them before, but flavored Vaseline / flavored lip balm. Like the minty
Wait, what?
Vaseline or lip balm, Like,
who's eating that? Who is eating just straight up lip balm or Vaseline? Like, what? Like, surely that can't be good for you, right? That's so... How would you know what that tastes like anyway? Like, what? My man's probably tasted more than just condoms at this point.
like the strawberry Vaseline lip balm. That's how a lot of like the better tasting ones taste like flavored lip balm chapstick type of stuff. I mean, it's not bad. Again, it's just this one's mostly like minty toothpaste. Again, if you want fresh breath after sucking dick, this is the one for you. I'm not mad at it, and it's
get
honestly,
the best of both
minty
worlds.
toothpaste is a lot better than
Sucking
a lot of
dick
these.
and
So
having
I'm gonna
fresh
give it
breath.
a solid 7.2 out of 10. The final
You ruined it.
Blueberry flavored. Now, this is probably the only flavor we have today that I wasn't sure about. I don't know what it is, but blueberry is just not seeming like it's gonna be good, but we'll see.
For now.
Smells like medicine, like doctor's medicine. Then again, the
I mean,
grape
hey,
one,
like the last medicine smelling one that he had was good apparently, so I don't see why this one can't be good, right?
smelled like that, and the grape one wasn't that bad, so last one.
Oh, I don't think he likes it.
Oh my god! Oh! No! No. Not as bad as a banana, but that was disgusting. Endurance blueberry condom, fucking 1 out of 10. Not as bad as banana, so not a 0, but oh, that took a second to kick in too. That was not great. Overall, there was a lot of losers here. A few of them were good. The Trustex ones were probably the best. The Durex ones kind of fucking sucked. The Endurance ones weren't terrible. If you're ever in the market for some flavored condoms, of course go with Trustex, but also maybe no flavor is better because some
Here's your guide to, you know, if you decide to get some flavored condoms. I'm not personally gonna do a tier list of flavored condoms. Like, no, thank you.
some of these fucking sucked. I hope I never do this again. I don't know why I would. but
Why
I
would
hope
you
I
do
never
it in the
again.
first place then? Why would you do it in the first place? Okay. Probably gonna end this stream for now. And then we'll have fun with Floofy Man in a little bit, in like an hour and a half or around like an hour. I'm gonna probably eat and do stuff, and then we'll play Origami too. So, I hope everyone joins for that. Till then.